Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it up one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor. We are live. Yo, this is SET with SET Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're getting into Trump making some announcements. Over 33,000 pages of Epstein documents has been released due to the Oversight Committee, so we'll get into that as well. And of course, the Dems take the wrong stance on crime again, as usual. All right, guys, let's get right into it, guys. Let's make sure to double tap that screen. Let's get more people in a conversation by double tapping that screen. All right, guys, let's get into it.
Very much. It's a very important day and an important announcement with great friends of mine. I think I can say this group is every one of them. I rate a 10. I can't always say that, even if they're Republicans, and these are Republicans, great Republicans. I want to thank you all for being here for this important announcement. 7 years in the making. As you know, this has been going on for a long period of time, and I am thrilled to report that the U.S. Space Command headquarters will move to the beautiful locale of a place called Huntsville, Alabama, forever to be known from this point forward as Rocket City. Okay, so Huntsville, Alabama. We love Alabama. I only won it by about 47 points. I don't think that influenced my decision, though, right? That didn't, right? But we had a lot of competition for this, and Alabama's getting it, Huntsville in particular. So congratulations, everybody. Katie, congratulations. This will result in more than 30,000 Alabama jobs and probably much more than that, and hundreds of millions of dollars of investment. And that.
All right, so the Alabama Space and Rocket Center is located in Huntsville, Alabama. As Trump said, it's the world's largest space museum and serves as the visitor center for NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center. So it's pretty much just a really large attraction that's supposed to inspire you to want to be an astronaut.
It's billions, because it can't be millions. It's billions and billions of dollars. Most importantly, this decision will help America defend and dominate the high frontier, as they call it. I want to thank Secretary Pete Hegseth. He's doing a fantastic job. And Secretary of the Air Force, Troy Mink. Troy, thank you very much. Great job you're doing, Troy. This is such a big deal. This is one that everybody wanted to know. What are you doing? I also want to thank Senators Katie Britt, and I want to give my condolences. Your grandmother, her grandmother just passed away. She was 100, right?
100. And she loves you, Mr. President.
Well, and she was very proud of you.
Thank you very much.
Very, very proud of you. So thank you, Katie.
Wonderful woman.
She must have been. To produce you indirectly, I can tell you she had to be.
I'm gonna have to go there.
Tommy Tuberville, who's a great coach. And I won't say anything about what happened with Alabama football this weekend.
Yeah.
But you're not used to that, right? You're not used to that. But Tommy, Auburn won, that's right. They did. So you're happy. Tommy's been a great senator, as you know, and fantastic guy all around. He was also a tremendous coach.
Yeah, I mean, Alabama did take a crushing loss to Florida State, 31-17. And hey, man, this ain't sports, but I mean, hey, we do all love football here. Well, most of us.
Armed Services Committee Chair Mike Rogers. Thank you, Mike. Where's Mike? Mike, thank you very much. Doing great, Mike. Representatives Barry Moore, all great friends, Robert Adderholt, Gary Palmer, and Dale Strong. Thank you all very much, fellas. Appreciate it. In my first term, I created a thing called Space Force. So important. We were losing the race in space very badly to China and to Russia. And now we're far and away #1 in space, and reestablished Space Com with a mission to protect American space assets and detect any threat to our homeland. We initially selected Huntsville for the Spacecom headquarters, yet those plans were wrongfully obstructed by the Biden administration. And as you know, they moved them to a different locale. And today we're moving forward with what we want to do and the place that we want to have this. And this will be there for hopefully hundreds of years. That's where it's going to be. I will say I want to thank Colorado. The problem I have with Colorado, one of the big problems, they do mail-in voting. They went to all mail-in voting. So they have automatically crooked elections. And we can't have that. Well,
let's be real. Colorado is like overly blue. I mean, they were the same guys that had the Venezuelan gang problem. So, and let's be real. I mean, their weed laws is, let's be real, as a consumer myself, even I think their weed laws is a bit crazy. But it is what it is.
The state is for mail-in voting. That means they want dishonest elections, because that's what that means. So that played a big factor also. In Huntsville, Spacecom will play a key role in building the Golden Dome, as you know. That's going to be a big thing. Everybody wants to be a participant in it. Missile Defense Shield. We're going to be having a Golden Dome that the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. The finest, the best. And by the way, Canada called. They want to be a part of it. And that'll be great. But
oh God, we got over 100 y'all in here, man. Do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video. Let's get more people in on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
Canada wants very much to be included in that, and we're going to work something out with them, I hope. It will also ensure that our technological capabilities, of which we're way ahead of anybody else, there's nobody close, remain unmatched long into the future. So I'd like to ask Secretary Hegseth to say a few words. He was very much a part of it. And really, everybody behind me every one of these people would call me and lobby me. I said, Katie, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I know what you want. She said, that's right, sir. That's what I want. And they got their way. So I just want to congratulate. These are really special people. They're politicians in many ways, but they're great patriots, I think even more so than politicians. So they fought very hard to get it, and it's an honor to give it to Huntsville. Pete, say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. As usual, right place, right time, for the right reason. In your first administration, you established the Space Force at a time when we knew we had to be looking to that domain of space. You also reestablished Spacecom to ensure that priority was put in place. And you, through the Air Force, independently identified that Huntsville, Alabama was the right place to put it. For other reasons, in the next administration under Biden, they decided to move it somewhere else. Well, during that time, the DOD Inspector General, the Government Affairs Office, they did their own assessments. And where did they say Spacecom should go? Huntsville, Alabama. So what you're doing today, Mr. President, is restoring it to precisely where it should be based on what the Space Force, the Air Force, your leadership believes will give us strategic advantage in the future. That is Huntsville, Alabama. We are way ahead in space, but this will ensure we stay leaps and bounds ahead, because that's the most important domain. Whoever controls the skies will control the future of warfare. And Mr. President, today you're ensuring that happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Man,
Katie, would you like to say something?
all I heard is that Elon Musk getting more money.
Mr. President, we are grateful for your leadership on this and restoring Space Command to its rightful home in Huntsville, Alabama. This delegation has worked together, both chambers, both parties, to make sure that Huntsville was the place that Space Command called home. As was mentioned, obviously the Biden administration chose to make this political. What we want to do is put the safety and security of Americans first. We want to make sure that our warfighter is put first, and we want to make sure that America continues to lead. And today, Mr. President, you've allowed that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tommy, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. This is a great day for our country, not just for our state of Alabama. We need help in our military. We need to catch up. And as Secretary has said, we're not behind in space, but we know where we're at, and we need to expound on that. Now, this move will save the taxpayers $480 million. It's not going to cost more. It's going to cut $480 million. We have the plans intact.
Okay.
It'll be behind a secure wall in Huntsville, Alabama, at Redstone Arsenal. We have 40,000 people there. We have the FBI there. We have missile defense there. We have NASA, Blue Origin, and SpaceX. It is the perfect place for Space Command. I would tell you today, and I've spoke with the president for the last 3 or 4 years about this. If I thought it needed to go somewhere else because I understand the security of our country, I'd be for that. But the best place for Space Command is Huntsville, Alabama, because what we have and what it means to this country is going to be so important. So thank you, Mr. President, for this. And we look forward to building a huge Space Command and having the Donald J. Trump Space Command Center in Huntsville, Alabama.
Absolutely.
I wonder why Huntsville.
Sure. Well, Mr. President, thank you. I'll be very brief here. I lobbied the president hard to put it in Ohio, but he said these people behind us, these Alabamas, are just too powerful and too persuasive.
All right. So why Huntsville was chosen for his Army arsenal roots, Operation Paperclip. Let's see here, birth of NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center. So yeah, all this is that was started in Huntsville, Alabama. So it's the history of it. That's why they put it there, because of the history. And shout out to my man Jet for shout out for you being here for 1 month. Appreciate you, my brother. He says Trump should translate. They'd have to accept him. My bad. Trump should transition. Trump should transition. They'd have to accept him. No, come on now. The day Trump tries to go trans, that's the day the trans ideology becomes toxic. Or it's a violent ideology. That's when they'll start, telling the truth.
And so it's in Alabama, but as Tommy said, this is exactly the right place for Space Force and Space Command. I think Americans ought to appreciate the fact that you can't win the battle of the future unless you control the skies. The cyber security, the communications, the entire infrastructure of the battle in the 21st century will be in space. So it was a visionary move in the first administration for the president to set up Space Force. And I think an equally visionary move to make sure that Space Force is right where it should be in Huntsville, Alabama. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, anybody want to say anything? Would you like to say?
Mr. President, another promise made, another promise kept. You think about it, Redstone Arsenal is critical to national security. The president said when you were the 45th president, let's do what's right for national security. And today, that's exactly what we're doing. It's not because of this or that. It's because it's right for national security. You think of the 21 categories that were evaluated to determine what was best for national security. All indicators pointed back to Huntsville, Alabama, and Redstone Arsenal. We have the right people at the right place at the right time. Mr. President, on behalf of the people of the 5th Congressional District and all of Alabama, thank you for keeping your word. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Anybody?
Let me just say, Mr. President, I want to say thank you. And thank you for doing this, because it was the right thing to do. When they looked at all the numbers, Huntsville was the place to go. And like you say, it was unfortunately pulled out, but you made it right. So I want to just say thank you again for a grateful nation, and to the state of Alabama. We're very grateful. Thank you, and God bless. Thank you.
All right. Well, hopefully this brings a good business to Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. President. Throughout history, militaries has always understood that whoever could
making priorities the defense and the warfighter and the safety of this nation. And
Call me anymore and talk. Well, thank you all very much. You are going to leave me alone now. You're not going to call me anymore and talk about this subject, right? I promise. They'll start something else. But I just want to congratulate you. It's a very big deal. When you come out and when you leave the room, you'll see that we just, over the last few minutes, literally shot out a boat, a drug-carrying boat, a lot of drugs in that boat. And you'll be seeing that and you'll be reading about that. It just happened moments ago. And our great general, head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who's been so incredible, including what took place in Iran, knocking out potential nuclear power for a long time to come. I think within a month they would have had it. We didn't do what we did. But he gave us a little bit of a briefing. And you'll see. And there's more where that came from. We have a lot of drugs pouring into our country, coming in for a long time. And we just, these came out of Venezuela and coming out very heavily from Venezuela. A lot of things are coming out of Venezuela. So we took it out, and you'll get to see that after this.
Honestly, it's kind of hard to tell which Latin American country all the fentanyl is coming out of. It could be Mexico, Venezuela, I mean, El Salvador. I mean, just pick your favorite Latin America country, and it could be there because the cartel operate in all these countries. Maybe not El Salvador anymore, but the rest of them for sure.
After this meeting is over, do you have any questions, please? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tuberville talked about the cost savings associated with this announcement. Can you talk about the strategic benefits by having Space Force Command headquartered in Huntsville?
Well, it just works because we have so much else there. And having a central, you could call it a central command, but it really is a command station. Also, even locationally, where it is, and when you think about flying distances, if you can save a half an hour as fast as some of these planes go and things go, and even the rockets go, if you can save by having the best location. So we went out, as you know, to experts, and we had 4 different groups of experts. They all said this was the best location. I also loved it from the standpoint, I know the people of Alabama, they are great people, work hard, and there's no games, and they're very proud of it. And I would say they fought harder for it than anybody else also. A lot of states, 5 states really wanted it, but they wanted it more. And I kid you not when I say that these people, they spoke to me a lot. That's all they wanted to talk about. They didn't want to talk about the weather. They only wanted to talk about moving to this location, moving to Alabama, Huntsville in particular. So we're honored to do it. They really wanted it badly, and they got it. Peter?
President Trump, something completely different.
Yeah, apparently they can use the jobs and the tourism. So that's a lot of revenue that will be coming through that city. A lot of revenue that will be flowing through Huntsville, Alabama, due to the little space museum that they're going to build and all the attractions there. And then also, well, the employment as well.
But about a big viral social media trend over the weekend. How did you find out over the weekend that you were dead? You see that?
No.
People didn't see it for a couple days. 1.3 million user engagements as of Saturday morning about your demise.
Really? I didn't see that. You know, I have.
Yeah, I seen it. I was like, oh, Trump died. He died. I'm like, I doubt Trump is dead. Come on, guys. You guys are being ridiculous. And then they switched to Trump is dead to Trump is hiding his sickness. He's actually sick. He's actually truly ill, and he's trying to hide it like Biden did and all this wild stuff. So, you know, you see the Dems kind of taking a crazy reach at that one.
I've heard it's sort of crazy, but last week I did numerous news conferences, all successful. They went very well, like this is going very well. And then I didn't do any for 2 days, and they said, there must be something wrong with him. Biden wouldn't do them for months. You wouldn't see him. And nobody ever said there was ever anything wrong with him, and we know he wasn't in the greatest of shape. No, I heard that. I get reports. Now, you knew I did an interview that lasted for about an hour and a half with somebody, and everybody saw that was on one of your competitors. I did numerous shows and also did a number of truths, long truths, I think pretty poignant truths. No, I was very active over the weekend. They also knew I went out to visit some people at the club that I own pretty nearby on the Potomac River. And no, I've been very active actually over the weekend. I didn't hear that one. That's pretty serious stuff.
I'm
Well, it's fake news. It's just it's so fake. That's why the media has so little credibility. I knew they were saying, like, is he okay? How's he feeling? What's wrong? I said, I just left. And it's also sort of a longer weekend,
I mean, Trump's like, bro, I just left to go play golf. Like, what is this about me dying? Like, can you imagine you just going on a little, break to go play some golf, relax, R&R, and then you come back to rumors talking about you died because you ain't been on social media or you ain't been on the news in a couple of days. Like, it's like, man, that's kind of funny how used we are to hearing Trump talk almost every day. It is funny how we've gotten so used to it to where if this man took a week off, we damn near think he died. It's like, what?
It's Labor Day weekend, so I would say a lot of people know. I was very active this Labor Day. I had heard that, but I didn't hear it to that extent. Go ahead, Peter.
Something else. We know that this country has a huge problem with school shootings. You've said that you're open to sending the National Guard pretty much anywhere. Would you ever consider sending an armed National Guardsman to every school?
Well, we have a big problem with school shooting, but we also have thousands and thousands of schools that run perfectly. They talk about you can do things construction-wise, and that's really I think nobody knows more about construction than me. You can build the construction doors. You can build what they call safety doors, where they lock on the outside, the inside, and every place else. Well, but if one of these lunatics happens to get through, then the police can't get in. Then they're looking for keys all over the place, and it takes a lot of disadvantages to doing, spending billions and billions of dollars and actually making it safer in some way for some of these lunatics that we're dealing with. But I don't think so. I've thrown out the concept. We have great teachers that love our children. The parents love the children. Teachers love the children too. And if you took a small percentage of those teachers that were in the military, that were distinguished in the military, that were in the National Guard, et cetera, and you let them carry, that's something that a lot of people like. I sort of liked it. I'd have to be studied, but they're trained. They know about weapons. You can't do it with every teacher because most teachers don't know, but I always thought that would be an alternative. But it just, we've had a lot.
I mean, having like one or two armed police officers in a school, it's not a bad idea. Just one or two, something that can avert a situation like a school shooting.
A lot of instances, other countries have also. They have different kinds of problems than we have, but we do have. There's something going on, and it's a bad thing. Yes, please.
Have you spoken with President Putin in the past week? Have you spoken with President Putin?
Yeah, I don't want to. I have learned things that will be very interesting. I think in the next few days you'll find out.
Consequences if there isn't some type of announcement.
Well, yeah, because Putin. Well, honestly, I wonder what Trump learned, because from what we seen yesterday, Putin was meeting up with all of Trump's enemies. Well, not really enemies, but I mean all of his adversaries, like North Korea, China, Modi. I mean, now adversary India. Like, we was cool, but then they decided they want to keep on helping Russia fund their war. So I guess we fell out of good graces with them.
Announcement of a meeting with President
It is what it
Putin and
is.
President
Yeah.
Zelensky.
Yeah, there will be. We're going to see what happens. We're going to see what they do and what happens. I'm watching it very closely. Last week, they lost 7,000 between the two countries, 7,313 soldiers, to be somewhat exact, for no reason whatsoever. And they're Russian and they're Ukrainian, but, they're soldiers. I want to see it end. Yeah.
Mr. President, have you decided you're definitely going to send National Guard troops to Chicago?
I didn't say when, but the answer is, look, Chicago's very interesting because I watched Pritsker get up and say we don't need help, we're safe. But
no.
2 weeks ago, they had 6 people.
Bro, over the weekend, they had 50 shootings. 50 people died over the weekend in Chicago. Then they want to talk about, we don't need help. Crime is actually on the going down. How? When you guys are still having shootouts in broad daylight, broad day assassinations is crazy.
Murdered, and they had 24 people hit by bullets. Last week, as you know, it was 7 people, 24 people hit, and 7 people died. And then over the last 2 days, that was the crown jewel They had, I guess, 9 or 10 killed, and 50 hit with bullets. And you have this governor get up, who's a terrible governor. Probably he and Gavin Newsom would be probably the two worst and most naive. They're naive. Either they're naive or they're very untruthful. And he'll say, we don't want any protection. We don't need. So in the last 3 weeks, he's lost almost 20 people killed. There's no place in the world, including you can go to Afghanistan, you can go to places that you would think of. They don't even come close to this.
Nope.
Chicago is a hellhole right now. Baltimore is a hellhole right now.
He's not lying.
Parts of Los Angeles are terrible. If we didn't put out the fires, and I mean the other fires, the bullet fires, they didn't do a good job with, they should have had the water coming down, like I said. You know, we had to release the water. We had to go in and release the water to LA. It's so badly run. But if we didn't get,
let's be real. LA got like a homelessness problem. They got a crime problem. They had that fire problem. I mean, what problem don't they have? I mean, next thing you know, we're going to start hearing about budget problems. Then they're really screwed. Might be too late for that one, though.
And send the National Guard into Los Angeles. I would be making an announcement today. I'd be talking about Huntsville, and I'd simultaneously be saying, by the way, the Olympics is not coming to Los Angeles. If we didn't do that, and even the sheriff, the top law enforcement person in Los Angeles said, we could not have handled it without them. So that's what he said.
Make your mind up on Chicago, though?
Well, we're going in. I didn't say when. We're going in. When you lose, look, I have an obligation. This isn't a political thing. I have an obligation. When we lose, when 20 people are killed over the last 2.5 weeks, and 75 are shot with bullets. So let me tell you a little story about a place called DC, District of Columbia, right here where we are. It's now a safe zone. We have no crime. It's in such great shape. You can go and actually walk with your children, your wife, your husband. You can walk right down the middle of the street.
Trump actually confirmed. He says, I ain't gonna tell them when, but I'm coming. And shout out, Operation on Phone them is a go.
You're not going to be shot, Peter. You're safe. Everyone likes you anyway. They probably wouldn't do it. But it's so dangerous. And there are people in this audience that you've suffered greatly. There are people in this audience that have been mugged and hurt badly, and they don't want to talk about it. Maybe you were very brave in talking about it. You made quite an impression on a lot of people. I appreciate it. But there were other people in this room that have been hurt very badly just walking down the street in D.C. Washington, D.C. is a safe zone right now. It's a safe city. The restaurants are open. They're booming. You can't get a restaurant. New restaurants are announcing that they're going to be open. This took place in 12 days. Now it's 15 days, but 3 days ago, it became what's known as a safe zone. It's a safe city. And this city was really bad, really, really bad. We took 1,600 people out, hardcore criminals that will not be coming back anytime soon. And we're very proud of it. You know, to have our nation's capital lose every week, you know, it's like many years where
since Trump started cracking down on crime in DC, they went like 12 days without nobody dying, which is basically unheard of. If we can get those results in if we can get those results in Chicago, I mean, that's a miracle. You would have to give it to Trump at that point. Like, all right, you was able to stop the killing in Chicago for a day? Just a day. Actually, fuck it, man. Just 5 hours would be nice.
Every single week, somebody was killed for many, many, many consecutive weeks. This went on for years. And then we had last week, it was announced that nobody was killed last week. And I made that announcement in front of a very distinguished leader of a country. And I'm saying proudly, ladies and gentlemen, nobody was killed in Washington, D.C. this week. He looked at me like, what's that all about? I say, yeah, we have a little bit of a crime problem, and we don't have a crime problem in Washington anymore. And the mayor has been very helpful, and the police commission has been very helpful, and it's been a great team. And I would love to have Governor Pritsker call me. I'd gain respect for him and say, we do have a problem, and we'd love you to send in the troops, because you know what? The people, they have to be protected. I saw today on one of your networks, not a friendly network, really the opposite, I would say, very unfriendly network. And they interviewed about 12 people on this morning. Most of them were African American, who were black. And they were saying, please, please, please let the president send in. These were people from Chicago.
Man,
please, we need help.
Bro, the people of Chicago was begging for Trump since he said he was going to crack down on the immigration. He's like, bro, yeah, please, Tom Homan, come in here and arrest our mayor. That's how the people of Chicago was feeling. Now they're going like, hold on, you tell me not only will you stop immigration, but you'll also get the gang members off the street. Oh no, Trump, please come in with a bulldozer at this point. No, like, don't listen to our governor, don't listen to our mayor, listen to the people of Chicago, because they want this. For some reason, the mayor don't give a damn, and he cares more about going against Trump than, well, making sure his constituents is living in a safe city. He cares about, well, going against Trump and making sure his city's a safe place to live in. Crazy.
Help. We need help. We can't walk outside. We're petrified. If the governor of Illinois would call me up, I would love to do it. Now, we're going to do it anyway. We have the right to do it because I have an obligation to protect this country. And that includes Baltimore. I saw where Governor Moore was asking me to take a walk down the street of Baltimore. Well, Baltimore is a very unsafe place. It's rated number 4 in the city, one of the most unsafe places anywhere in the world. But you know,
I ain't gonna lie. I'd have been the biggest smart ass if I was Trump. I'm like, you know, how about this? You want to walk down the hood of Baltimore? Like, want to go talk to the residents who live in these high crime areas and ask them what they think? You know, instead of just asking your white residents who live pretty much outside of these areas, you want to go ask the people who are truly affected by this. Let's go take a walk in that area.
Took care. This was a beautiful thing that happened in Washington because we showed that it could be done. And this wasn't just sending big, strong guys, and they are big and they are strong. You know, we had a great decision from the Supreme Court that had to do with sort of talent. It had to do with you are put down based on merit. You can hire based on merit. So merit for a soldier or for a policeman is strong, physically fit, something, you know, having a certain ability.
Strong and physically fit. Now, our soldiers for sure. Our officers, now, not all of our officers, but I ain't gonna lie, I don't see too much fit officers. So, hey, if you're an officer, you should be in pretty good shape, unless you're like over 50 or something. You gave 30 of your best physically dominant years to the force. Okay, you have that excuse. But if you're walking in young and fat, then I'm sorry, but you failed the force already.
Person that is woke and got the job through woke, but wasn't strong enough to lift a gun out of the holster, et cetera, et cetera. No, I looked at the police. As you know, last week I went over, we had a meeting there had to be 300 people, and they were all very impressive looking. And when the bad guys see them, they're not going to do a thing. And so I'm very proud of Washington. It serves as a template. And
like I said, we were discussing last night, there's places in Chicago that the cops won't even go to because they shoot at cops. There are people in Chicago, gang members in Chicago, called cop killers. And where these cop killers stay, these cops will not go, or it might just turn into a full-out gunfight in Chicago. And we can't be having that. But you know who they might not shoot at? I'm not saying that they won't, because you never know how crazy these Chicago guys are. They're shooting at cops. So who's to say they won't shoot at army men at this point? But if they see that Humvee, you know, with the army camouflage roll down their street, they might take a pause. Hopefully.
We're going to do it elsewhere. But Chicago is certainly going to be high. I would love to have him call. I would love the governor of Illinois. I'd be honored to take his call. All he has to do is say, sir, we need help. It's out of control. And everyone knows it is. He's not kidding anyone. I would love to have, I would say, Governor Moore call, because I watched him over the weekend trying to explain that Baltimore, what they need is housing.
Now, the problem is, though, is that if you listen to Pritsker and what was it, Governor Pritsker, or I would like to say Pillsbury, Governor Pillsbury Donut, and Governor Moore, actually kind of respect Moore, but those two, the problem with them is that they're not arguing for their high crime cities. They're talking about the state. If you hear their interview, well, with the state of Maryland, the state of Illinois, the crime is going down. Bro, we're talking about the most high crime city in your area. We're talking about Chicago. We're worried about those people in there. I mean, we understand that there's other places that other than Chicago, but I mean, they matter too, my friend. They definitely matter too. Westmore, we're talking about Baltimore, okay? I know you want to go ahead and scapegoat to the whole state, but no, we're talking about Baltimore, where all the black people live who share the same complexion as you, that's living in a high crime area and poverty. So, bruh, what's going on here?
No, they don't need housing. They need to get rid of the criminals. These are hardcore criminals. You know, we took many people off the streets of Washington, D.C. They're hardcore. They're not going to be good. In 10 years, in 20 years, in 2 years, they're going to be criminals. They were born to be criminals, frankly. They were born to be criminals, and they're tough and mean, and they'll cut your throat, and they won't even think about it the next day. They won't even remember that they did it.
You know what? I have heard some residents of Chicago saying, all right, well, we don't need no National Guard. Fantastic. You do it. You go out there and you liberate your entire community from these gang members that have bigger guns than you, that have a bigger group than you. You get you and your homies, which I actually would hope that these black men would do. Yes, the group of black men who live in Chicago, go out there, get your homies, get the same guns the gangsters do, and go take their ass out. And then you don't got to worry about the National Guard. If not, shut the hell up.
And we're not going to have those people. Washington, D.C. is now a safe zone. It's a safe place. And you can walk, Katie, you can walk right down the street with, by the way, one of the biggest human beings I've ever seen, which is her husband. He was a football player for like 11 years in the NFL. He's a big person. But big doesn't mean anything when they have guns and when they have knives and everything else that they have, right? But you can walk right down the street, even by yourself, and you're totally safe. Washington, D.C. is a great thing. Yes, ma'am, please.
Calling on Democratic leaders across the country to work with you on crime. Do you see your efforts here in DC, including, for example, working with Mayor Bowser here as a model for bringing more bipartisanship in matters not only with crime, but also issues that matter to everyday American people's lives?
So Mayor Bowser's been great. She could have taken the thing, and then after I clean it up, they'll take credit for it. You know what they do is they take credit. Like, we cleaned up Los Angeles.
No, she was like, she was grandstanding with the rest of the Dems. And then once she seen the results, I mean, crime that went down dramatically. We ain't had no murders in 12 days. What are you going to do? Call Trump an authoritarian while your city's way more peaceful, it has lower crime? Like, people could walk the streets again, like, and they feel safe doing so. Like, what, you're going to complain about that, Bowser? No, she had to sit there and be like, well, this is actually pretty good. I know it is, sis.
We did a great job there. And it was overwhelming what was going on. And again, the police chief made a statement that we could not have done. There's no way they could handle it. You saw what was happening out there. It was going to be a disaster. We stopped it cold. If we didn't do that, would have been a very sad day. And remember, we have the Olympics, we have the World Cup, we have all these things coming, and we have 250, all of these things coming. But I watched Newsom get up and say he's doing a great. He's not. We're the ones that did it, and that's okay, whatever it takes. But the main thing is But he got up and said we did it. Well, he didn't want us there, and he's going to need us again because it's starting to form again. I see it. It's starting to form again. We have to maintain. It's like maintenance on an airplane. You can buy it, but you have to maintain it. And if you don't maintain it, a good plane becomes very...
AKA, you can't trust Dems to run these highly populated cities for some reason, or it goes to crap and becomes a shithole that has high crime every single time.
And safe very quickly. So it's an honor to do it. It's a lot of presidents wouldn't do what I'm doing. I don't need this heat. But when I watched television last night and I'm watching the news and I see that 9 people were killed in Chicago and 54 were badly wounded with bullets, I say, that's not this country. We have to do something. And I do say this. I say this very much. I'm not speaking to anybody but them right now. I would love to receive calls from governors and mayors saying they need help. We'll help them. We have a lot of people. We have a great force. We have a great military force. Pete will tell you that when I was running for office, and this was a big headline, I think, probably got me a couple of votes, but you couldn't sign people in the military. Nobody wanted to join the military, the Army, Air Force, the Navy, Marines, Space Force, Coast Guard. We never forget Coast Guard because they've done such a great job. Never. But nobody wanted to join any of them. We were way below what we wanted. Every single one. The closest was the Marines, whatever that is. You'll explain that to me. But the closest was the Marines. But every
And shout out to my man Daniel Castro for starting us off. Hey, appreciate that, my friend. Because they are too busy shifting, man, stuffing their pockets. Yeah, they're too busy stuffing their pockets, man. I'll give you that one. Apparently, they're making some type of money off these high crime areas. Maybe they taking in some from the cartels or the gangs or something. You never know with these politicians. You never know. It's almost like how people are making money off homelessness, so they stop trying to fix homelessness. Or how you can make money off treating cancer and not really make too much money off curing cancer. Same logic.
service was way down, way down. And then I got elected, and our country is the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. Everybody's talking about the USA. They're talking about the job that we're doing. Everybody,
Actually,
we have the best economy.
And people like this, I have to grill. I have to grill you, bro, because why don't we look at, give me a red state and let's give you their highest crime cities. And then when we look at their highest crime cities, who are they ran by? Democrats every single time. I mean, you could talk about Mississippi, Alabama. I mean, you could go to Arkansas. You can go to, like, bro, name your favorite red state. Even in my red state in Ohio, you want to know what one of the highest crime cities are? The blue cities of Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati. I know, right? Crazy. And it's like that in every red state. So you guys want to sit here and talk about red states when the real topic is blue cities, because you guys hide behind the red state argument to shield the blue cities. And the blue cities are the one with high crime, not the red ones.
We have a very, very important decision being made by the Supreme Court, because our country is the richest, the strongest, the most powerful. But if for some reason some liberal court, I'm talking about the court that just ruled, where even an Obama judge voted in favor of us, which I gave him a compliment yesterday, as you know. I said that took great courage. But it's a liberal court, and it's going up to the Supreme Court, who I think have been incredible people. I think they've made very wise decisions. But the tariff question, because without,
and guys, here's the thing though, if you guys are hoping for these red governors, so Republican governors, to help out these Democratic mayors, then I'm gonna be honest with you, what was the point of even voting in a Democratic mayor if you guys have to depend on a Republican to fix your problems? Like, you were voted to a mayor of that city so you can what? Sorry, but you can represent your constituents. You can, like, supplicate to the needs of your constituents. The fact that you're actually, like, the fact that you guys are making the argument going, like, well, how come their Republican governor doesn't help them? Because there's constituents voted Democrat. Why doesn't the Democrat help them? Why are y'all once again trying to put the blame on us? And then y'all want us to give y'all the way out? Y'all need to vote that way. I'm talking about you liberal cities. Yes, you high populated liberal cities. You guys need to figure something out, because in our red states, you guys are the one with the highest crime. Y'all want to blame red states for having the highest crime, but then if you microscope the problem, it's actually blue cities who have the highest crime.
Tariffs, this country is in serious, serious trouble. We've taken in almost $17 trillion of investment is coming in. Most of it is coming because of tariffs. And if for some reason somebody wanted to be politically correct, I actually think it's unpolitically correct. I think politically correct is to approve it, because there's nothing so popular as what's happened to our country. Our country is doing so well. But we had a liberal court gave us a very shocking ruling. And that ruling is basically saying that the trillions of dollars that are pouring into our country, putting us in a position like no country is anywhere in the world, that they'd like to see us that taken away. By the way, a lot of the people behind that lawsuit, that particular, are from foreign countries, I might add.
There's a video that is circulating online now of the White House where a window is open to the residents upstairs and somebody is throwing a big bag out the window. Have you seen this?
No, that's probably AI.
Yeah.
So actually, you can't open the windows. You know why? They're all heavily armored and bulletproof.
So that's a fake video.
Well, it's got to be, because I know every window up there. The last place I'd be doing it is that, because there's cameras all over the place, right? Including yours. No, but every window, I've never seen a window that's fact, my wife was complaining about it the other day. She said, love to have a little fresh air come in, but you can't. They're bulletproof. And number one, they're sealed. And number two, each window weighs about 600 pounds. You have to be pretty strong to open them up. No, that has to be. Where was the window? Let me see.
Let me see. Hold on. I gotta see this.
Which is the window?
It looks like this is on the 15th Street side, I think.
Yeah.
So right here.
Yeah, those windows are sealed. Those windows they're all sealed. You can't open them.
Hey man, AI is something else. I'll tell you. AI done gotten a little bit too advanced.
What you were saying regarding the federal.
It's the kind of thing they do. And one of the problems we have with AI, it's both good and bad. If something happens really bad, just blame AI. But also they create things, it works both ways. If something happens that's really bad, maybe I'll have to just blame AI. But there's truth to it because I see so many phony things. I saw something as I was growing up from the time I was a baby till now. I said,
man, let me show y'all something unreal about AI. This video right here is AI, but I swear to God,
fellow
you're gonna think it's
Americans,
real.
enough is enough.
You're gonna think it's real. So if I was just to play this without telling you it's AI, would you believe me?
My fellow Americans, enough is enough. We need to call a spade a spade. Trans people don't exist. Let me say it again. Trans people do not exist. I can tape a stick on a horse's head, but that doesn't make it a unicorn. It's a horse, folks. Total horse. These are deeply disturbed individuals who have been manipulated by liars and psychopaths in positions of influence. They are on mind drugs, very powerful, and they're all addicted to porn. Porno is what some people call it, I believe. Very destructive to the mind and spirit is pornography.
I mean, hey, it's funny. I'll give it to him. It's funny. Can you imagine Trump really did come out and say something like that? Hilarious. And they've been all over the news.
It was AI generated. So it's a little bit scary, to be honest with you. But those windows are all very heavily sealed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to follow up with what you were saying regarding that federal appellate court that ruled against you and your administration as it relates to your appeal.
Well, they ruled against our country, the court, and they ruled against us before. It's a very liberal court.
You called it highly partisan in your.
Well, it certainly is. It certainly is.
In fact, it was along ideological lines, 7-4.
Well, except that we actually got one of the Obama judges that was appointed by President Obama voted in favor of the tariffs because he felt it was imperative for our country to thrive and survive even. And I gave him credit. I said, you know what? That took a lot of courage for him to do it because you don't see that often.
So my question is, I suspect you're going to appeal that all the way to the Supreme Court.
Well, we already have. Yeah. In fact, we're doing something else. We're going to be going to the Supreme Court, we think, tomorrow because we need an early decision. I mean, look.
Oh, guys, and I found the video too as well. So here's the video that they're talking about. The AI generated video. Look, there you go. Whole bag just dropped out.
Got another one? Let me see. Yeah, let's stay in that little outhouse on the end. Oh, somebody there, right? Right now, right? Oh, there you go. You got it? You zoomed in?
Well, camera, bro, all cameras these days can zoom in. You tell me you can't zoom in on that?
The financial fabric of our country, we're a rich, incredible country right now. And we're able to, other countries use tariffs on us for years. And we never did. I did a lot during my first term, but then we had COVID and we had to focus on other things. You couldn't be tariffing Italy, Spain, France, as they were dying by the thousands and millions. But we did with China, and China paid us billions and billions of dollars. And I started the process, but then I had to end it a little bit because of COVID. We focused on that. But no, it's a very important decision. And frankly, if they make the wrong decision, it would be a devastation for our country. We've taken in trillions of dollars. And by the way, all these countries signed agreements. As an example, they're all happy. Everybody's happy. But some whack job put in a lawsuit It went before a.
Oh, guys, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support. And also, if you could go ahead and double tap that screen and like the video, let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen.
Very liberal court, and the liberal court ruled, it was 11, they ruled 7-4, with one of the most liberal of them all voting in our favor because they're patriots. I think I give tremendous credit to that judge. And now it's going to the Supreme Court. Now we're going to be asking for early admittance. We're going tomorrow, and we're going to ask for an expedited ruling because, when you look at the stock market's down today, the stock market's down because of that, because the stock market needs the tariffs. They want the tariffs. If you look at AI, all of those, all of that money that's going to be invested, trillions and trillions of dollars, the biggest thing, bigger than the internet, I suspect. It's the internet plus 3 or 4 other things combined. We are leading very substantially with AI. We're leading because of tariffs. We're leading because of talent, and this is where they'd like to be. But without the tariffs, we wouldn't have a chance because we wouldn't be able to protect those investments of the companies coming in.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. The liberals, or these liberal judges, they don't care. They really don't care about our domestic industries. They claim that they're for the workers, but they're literally going against the workers. Like, yes, tariffs are used to protect your domestic industries. And I don't know what they don't get about that. I'm not sure what they don't get about it when it comes to chips, cars, steel. I'm not sure what they get that, we won't have these millions of, well, not millions, but hundreds of thousands of Americans will lose their jobs, their livelihood, and y'all will have nothing to tell them but F Trump. Like, that's what we're trying to tell y'all, that, this whole F Trump initiative does not work because you guys are going to go right into this F Trump initiative and end up effing up the people. And that's what you're going to do with the tariffs. I guarantee you, when you start seeing all these companies leave and go overseas and then you're going to try to blame it on Trump, we're going to blame it on you guys. We're going to be like, no, the man had a good plan. You guys took that away. I hope you have a better one in place.
And so if you took away tariffs,
then, hey, it is what it is.
We could end up being a third world country. That's how big the ruling. So we're asking for an expedited ruling.
As a backstop to that.
And here's the thing. I do believe that Trump is going to win the tariff case because, one, they don't really have a good case. And every time they went against Trump, they've ended up losing. But, hey, they still continue to try every time. I mean, hey, tenacity. I got to give it to him. And shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, here's a joke for you. Why are white people so good with Rubik cubes? Because they have a history of separating colors. By the way, still waiting for my chains. I'm freaking crying. I have a history of separating colors. Oh, man. All right. That's funny. Now, I think the Asians are the ones that's killing it in Rubik's cubes. But for the sake of the joke, though.
President, you have a Republican-controlled Congress. You control the House. You control the Senate.
Yeah, but we don't have 60 votes. We don't have 60 votes. I'd love to do that. Oh, if we had 60 senators, if we got the 60 votes, we would get them. But we need 60 votes, and we need, a certain number in the House. I think we'd get, I don't know, we have about 5 of them here. Would everybody agree with me on tariffs? Without tariffs, we're a different country. We have taken in so much money. And here's the thing. We signed a deal with Japan. They're paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. We signed a deal with South Korea. We signed a deal with the European Union. We signed a deal with Europe.
Yes, we did.
And those countries are paying us $950 billion, and they're happy about it. They're okay. As one of them said, it's amazing that we.
And here's the thing, though. I mean, the Dems still ain't give it to Trump. There's been a couple Dems who gave it to Trump, like, all right, we're not an economic collapse. He did get some trade deals through, so we were wrong about the tariffs. Like, a lot of people are wrong about the tariffs and still won't admit it. I mean, even on CNN, they admitted that the tariffs are actually hurting these countries. And I was weak because I was like, whoa. Y'all been trying to say that the consumer pays the tariff for about about 7 months straight now. So where's this? Why y'all switching up now? Because you guys know that the consumer doesn't eat the full tariff. You know that the tariff doesn't get passed down to the consumer. One is either the supplier can cut their price. 2, the importer could take it to their profit margin or overhead costs. 3, the importer and the supplier cut the tariff costs. And especially if it's something small like a 10-15% tariff.
we got away with it so long. One of my friends, a leader of one of the countries, and they're fine with it. They all signed. If that ruling ever went against us, I guess we'd have to give back hundreds of billions. We would have to give trillions and trillions of dollars back to countries that have been ripping us off for the last 35 years. And I can't imagine it happening. On a legal basis, they have no legal basis whatsoever. But on a common sense basis, it would destroy America. Okay.
You talked about controlling the sky. On Sunday, the satellite signal of Ursula von der Leyen's plane was alleged.
With Ursula? Well, she had an interesting event. She's a tremendous woman. And so what are you asking me about her?
And shout out to my man Dennis Keegan. He had too much to say. He just wanted to show some support. Appreciate the support, brother. And a shout out to my man Jet. He says, I'm failing as a white man. I can't do a Rubik's Cube. Bro, trust me, man. Me neither. And I never aspired to do so either. So trust me, we're good, bro. We're good.
True, NATO is concerned about it. Well, nobody knows where it came from, but they did take away her ability to use a phone. You know, sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes that could happen to me. I'd be very happy.
Mr. President, reducing the tariffs on India from 50%.
What does that mean?
Are you considering taking away some of the tariffs that you've imposed on India?
No, we get along with India very well, but India you have to understand, for many years, it was a one-sided relationship. Only now, since I came along, and because of the power that we have with tariffs, India was charging us tremendous tariffs, about the highest in the world. They were about the highest in the world, number one. And we therefore weren't doing much business with India, but they were doing business with us because we weren't charging them foolishly. We weren't charging them. So they would send in massive, everything they made, they'd send it in, pour it into our country.
And here's the thing, though. India, they had crazy tariffs, and it was across the board. It wasn't just on American products. Like, India protects their domestic industries through and through. They really don't want any type of foreign products coming in unless it's to help them build stuff, like not to sell to their people, because they want to protect their domestic industries. And it's kind of funny how these other countries could put tariff on us, and they're not taxing their people to death. But as soon as we do it, now tariffs are being framed as a tax on the consumer, and that's just incorrect.
Therefore, it wouldn't be made here.
I mean, hold on, man. If tariffs is a tax on the consumer, then I'm be real with you. So is like raising the corporate tax would be a tax on the consumer. They could pass that cost down to you. Tax on unrealized gains. They could have passed that cost down to you. So, I mean, what's the argument here?
The negative. But we would not send in anything because they were charging us 100% tariffs. And, I'll give you an example. Harley Davidson couldn't sell into India. There was a 200% tariff on a motorcycle. So what happens? Harley Davidson went to India and built a motorcycle plant. And now they don't have to pay tariffs. Same thing as us. So what we're doing is literally thousands of companies are coming into the U.S., car companies, AI, but, more traditionally car companies. We have so many car company factories under construction or being designed right now. And they're coming from China. They're coming from Mexico, I must tell you, and they're coming from Canada. A lot of them coming from Canada. But they're coming into our country because they want to build here. And they want to build here for two reasons. Number one, they'd like to be here. And number two, the tariffs are...
Well, yeah, they like to be here because we're their biggest consumer. And most of these companies that even operate outside of the United States get most of their profits, most of their sales, customers from the United States. Like, and that's just the fact of the matter.
Protecting them. And number three, they want to avoid paying tariffs. When they build their cars here, they don't have any tariffs to pay. When you build here, you don't have any tariffs.
Mr. President, in light of the Minnesota shooting last week, the Department of Homeland Security is now awarding more than $100 million to hundreds of faith organizations across the country to help them ramp up security. What's your vision for further protecting religious liberty across the country amid incidents of threats? And
so religious liberty is so important. And we're talking about every religion now. And we're doing things on that nobody else has ever done. And we're going to be having a big announcement in about 2 weeks on that question. Yeah, please.
On Space Command, sir, are you concerned that people may not be willing to relocate from Colorado to Alabama?
No, I'm not worried. It will get somebody else. I mean, the problem with Colorado is they have a very corrupt voting system. I have so many friends in Colorado. Anytime you have mail-in voting, you have corrupt elections. Very simple. It's very simple. Even Jimmy Carter said it with his commission. They set up a commission with him and Scoop Jackson and some people, highly regarded people. And they said the finding was, if you have mail-in voting, you will have corrupt elections. Well, your radical left governor decided that he was going to have all mail-in voting in Colorado. Once you have all mail-in voting, and for whatever reason, the Democrats cheat.
And shout out to my man Dennis Keegan coming in again with the $10. Hey, appreciate the support, my man. Once again, he had too much to say. Just wanted to show some support. Unless you did, you can just type it in the chat and I'll go ahead and pull it up for you, my man.
And they cheat like, they're not stupid. That's the only thing. They're no good on policy.
Nope.
They're no good on management. They're no good at government.
Nope.
But they're great at cheating. And they stick together too. I give them credit for sticking together. Please.
I mean, look, man, the Dems of today are not like the Dems of, the 90s, where they were good with money, the budget, and all that good stuff. Dems used to be fiscally responsible people, and then you came Dems of today, and it's just like, whoo. I mean, all y'all know how to do is spend money with no results.
This is a big win for national security, moving this to Alabama. We've all can agree with that.
Big.
Is there any idea of the economic impact this has on the state and on that local area?
Katie, do you want to answer that?
Look, I mean, this. Go ahead.
Please go.
This is going to be tremendous. I mean, the state of Alabama, what we've seen through this process is the worst of Washington. We've seen politics get in the way of what is best for the warfighter, what's best for national security. And the state of Alabama is about to show the country the best among us. So we know the economic impact is going to be tremendous. There at Redstone Arsenal, we're proud to house everything from the FBI to headquarters there for material command, to a number of things. We obviously have NASA with Marshall Space Flight Center. And so this naturally fits within. When you look at the decision matrix that they placed in front of us, that's why we ranked so high, is because we have the resources necessary and the ability to build out quickly to meet the needs in front of us. As far as economic impact, it would be tremendous. Does anybody have an exact number? 1,600 jobs. With 3,000 spinoff. Look at this. This is teamwork right here. So we are really proud, and the people of Alabama are ready to get to work.
And I've got a housing question, if you could, just for a second, Mr. President.
Please.
Owning a home and going about the American dream seems like it's out of touch for a lot of Americans. Just recently, you pushed out a statement about addressing an emergency housing situation.
That's right. We're thinking about doing that.
Yeah, can you just?
Well, we need a little help from the Fed. We have a man named Jerome Too Late Powell. You probably heard of him. He's too late. Way too late. And the economy is so strong that it's pushing through that. Normally, it would have been much tougher, but we're doing so well that we're pushing through it. But it makes it very hard for people to get mortgages because too late is too late. Very simple. He's too late. And probably political, whatever. He wasn't too late before the election. Before the election, he was cutting rates, right?
Yep.
Because he was hoping that, I guess, Biden would get in, or that Kamala would. He was a big Biden guy. Explain that one. And then he was a Kamala person, but he was hoping, I guess, she'd win. I guess. I don't know. It didn't work out too well. But yeah, we need a very serious cut. I think that if you look back many decades ago, the United States was always the lowest, even if they were doing badly. The United States was, because without the United States, everything in the world would die. It's true. It's so powerful. It's so big. And I made it really big in the first 4 years. Then it started to degenerate with what.
And here's the thing. I mean, we're not the only people who would, if we just left today, like, who's going to borrow these products? Like I say, profits would tank overnight. Like, it's almost like this. There's a lot of countries that they would just disappear overnight. Yeah, everybody would kind of be screwed. Really, we all kind of work together in this global system, and we just can't sit there and decimate one another. But we can sit there and make it hard for them to, economically survive. But we just can't completely decimate them. I mean, look, we got sanctions on Russia, and we ain't decimate them completely because they have the globe to still work with. They got Iran and China, South Korea. They'll be all right.
Administration did, but we built it up to a level that I never thought we could be at this quickly. We're the hottest, we're the best financially. The money coming in is so big because of tariffs and other things, but because of tariffs. Tariff gets us even those other things. Plus, it gets us great negotiating. I settled 7 wars, and numerous of those wars were because of trade, and numerous of the trade deals that I made were because of tariffs. It gives you a great negotiating ability. If that ability were taken away from us by a liberal court acting on essentially foreign nations asking to get help from the United States government, when they've been doing this to us for 40 years, that's why we have $38 trillion in debt. We won't have it for long if they let us, if they allow us to do what everybody knows we should be able to do. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, another Biden era action that you're now.
That's just sad. They wouldn't be doing this if it just wasn't Trump. If it was anybody else but Trump, they would low-key be letting it fly. They'd be like, all right, let's wait and see what happens. But because it's Trump, they're stopping them at every way. I mean, even when they stopped the kids from being, they stopped the Guatemalan kids from being deported back to their family. It's like, bro, why'd y'all stop that? Like, that was extremely petty. And it was for a reason that they'd agreed to. But then they want to sit here and have the argument, well, what's going on back in Guatemala? How can we know their entire situation? I'm like, that's the reason why we need to shut down the borders, so we don't have kids in this effed up situation. That's why.
Reversing is that you signed a deal last week to make federal buildings adopt and embrace classical architecture styles again. Can you talk to us?
And shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, fun fact, Woodrow Wilson, Dem, put in the Federal Reserve, and now it's basically an unchecked power. Want to explain that one to me, Dems? Whew, yeah, he definitely screwed us. He definitely screwed us with that one.
It's about why you do that, and also what's your vision?
Well, we want to see beautiful buildings. Now, you know, it's in the eye of the beholder. I've seen architectural reviews over the years. I'm an expert at it. I've gotten a lot of great reviews, but I've seen buildings that I didn't think were very good get great reviews, and I've seen great buildings get bad reviews. So, but it's just a standard. We want to have a good standard. We're building something here, you know, for 150 years, they wanted a ballroom at the White House. We're doing something at the highest level using great architects and all. And, you know, it's very exciting. But we have a lot of interesting things happening architecturally in DC. And DC is like a different place. And, you know, even the contractor said, sir, we walked down today, we feel like much safer. It's like a different place. Washington, D.C. is great. Now, we're going to also beautify it. We're going to put a topping on the roads. We're not going to rip them apart and take 4 years to build a road that was exactly the same by the time you build it. But we're going to put toppings. We're going to put new medians in. We're going to get the graffiti off. We're going to put tiles up in the tunnels where the tiles are missing. And we'll do the whole tunnel instead of, you know, a little area where you see new tiles, old tiles that never look too good, but they could use it. You know, they've been up 50 years. They've served their duty. But we're going to make this within about a 20-mile radius from the White House. We're going to have this place spick and span. It's going to be crime-free, and it's going to be spick and span. It's going to be, you'll be proud of Washington again. Go ahead, please.
Sir, China's having
I can just do that to the New York subway station. I mean, boy, use that, bro. Do that to the underground train stations in New York. Man, I mean, that would be a miracle. But you know, DC, yeah, that would also help too.
Massive military parade that
New York City's though
Kim Jong-un will be attending. Do you interpret that as a challenge to this? And are you concerned at all about those countries?
No.
Trying to be some sort of counterweight?
Not at all. China needs us, and I have a very good relationship with President Xi, as you know. But China needs us much more than we need them.
Yep.
No, I don't see that at all.
I know we're their biggest buyer, and a lot of people don't understand this, but now on paper, we are about 15% of their exports, but we're actually 30%. And let me tell you where the other 15% comes from. It comes from the fact that they actually, well, I would say this, like secondary ship, I forgot the actual word, but they pretty much ship their products to Vietnam, Mexico, Indonesia, and then they can go ahead and ship it into America tariff-free. This is how they avoid tariffs. And they did this with the other 15% of their exports. That means we actually made up about 30% of their exports altogether. So, yeah, we're the biggest buyer.
No. And I had actually a very good meeting with President Putin a couple of weeks ago. We'll see if anything comes out of it. If it doesn't, we'll take a different stance.
Everyone on March today in California ruled that your deployment of National Guard troops to Los Angeles was illegal. Do you have any response?
Well, it was a radical left judge, but very importantly, what did you not tell me in that question or statement that you made? Pretty much of a statement, I think.
Well, I was asking for your response.
No, you didn't say what the judge said, though. The judge said, but you can leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can continue to be in place. That's all we need. But why didn't you put that as part of your statement? Because the same judge ruled exactly as you said, except the judge said that you could leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can stay, they can remain, they can do what they have to do. Thank you very much, everybody. We appreciate it. Thank you.
He said, you know, I'm just going to check this man on the way out, and then we back to business. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and start on the right side of media, and then we're going to work our way over to the left side. But let's go ahead and start with our man Hannity.
Welcome to Hannity. And earlier today, President Trump made a major announcement in the Oval Office about the Space Force, plus what's going on with free speech in the United Kingdom. A comedian just arrested for social media posts about trans activists, Nigel Farage, who may very well be the next prime minister.
Shout out Hellbat. He says, hey, said, we need you to polish your forehead at least once so we can catch the ceiling fan turning while watching the stream. Love the stream. I'm sorry, that was actually pretty damn funny. You know, fuck you, but that was pretty funny.
And has a strong position on Donald Trump-style immigration enforcement in Great Britain. He'll weigh in just a moment. Also, Rosie O'Donnell is facing a huge backlash after her rush to judgment on the church shooting in Minneapolis last week. Wait until you see what she had to say. But first, it was another sad, tragic, yet completely predictable violent weekend in the city of Chicago.
And shout out Parabolic Curvature. He says the Federal Reserve is accountable to Congress. Oh, no, they're not. Because not even Congress can tell these guys to cut the rate. Nobody can tell these guys to cut the rate. I mean, Powell operates on his own power. I mean, the Congress can confirm him. Yeah, confirm him. But after that, I mean, they can't tell this man what to do. If Congress wanted Powell to resign, they can't fire him. They can't make him resign. That's what I'm saying. Like, being in the Fed chair is like literally one of the most untouchable positions in our government. Now, as far as confirming them, yeah, but the Federal Reserve is accountable to Congress. I mean, yeah, you got to tell them how bad he's doing or how good they're doing, but the Congress can't really tell him too much.
Being 58 people shot, 8 people dead. The city of Chicago has a major crime crisis. And while President Trump works to find solutions.
But shout out to our man Parabolic Curvature. How you doing, brother?
The state's liberal politicians, they're so blinded by irrational rage and hatred, they are refusing to work with the president to protect their own citizens, their own residents. When asked about this weekend's violence, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritsker all but dismissed all of the data and, of course, tried to take a swipe at President Trump as if it's his fault. Take a look.
You're going to hear people, especially his.
Okay, yeah, Parabolic, I got your answer. It says, all right, so can Congress control the Federal Reserve? Yes, but only indirectly. The Federal Reserve, the Fed, was designed to be independent from day-to-day politics, but it is ultimately existed because Congress created it through the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. That guy, shout out to that guy, Woodrow Wilson, for screwing us. But it is what it is. So, yes, I mean, indirectly because they created it, but no, the Feds is supposed to be outside of, as they say, day-to-day politics.
Last weekend, 54 shot, 7 dead.
Yeah.
They're going to say the city's not safe. Would you ask your friends to ride the L after midnight or after, 9 o'clock at night even to come down to the city from O'Hare?
Look, big cities have crime. There's no doubt about it. But
bro, whoa. See, I hate that when they say, oh, well, big cities just have crime. Yes, the big cities that you guys just happen to run have high crime. If that's the case, then y'all just need to concede all the big cities to the Republicans and let's see how they do. Because y'all just look terrible if that's y'all excuse of, well, we're running these highly populated areas, so of course we got more crime. Well, then maybe you need to stop running these highly populated areas because it's like that across the board. That's the problem. Y'all run these highly populated areas into the shitter. So that's not helping you guys out, especially when it's across the board. And shout out to my man Chase. It's overseen, but not accounted. But not accountable too. Yes. Yeah, pretty much. Shout out Chase. And that is about the Federal Reserve and Congress control over it, which is barely anything.
Let's just pay attention to what President Trump is doing targeting Chicago. He's overlooking red states that have much higher crime rates.
That talking point would be called.
I'm not gonna, bro. I hate when they use that talking point because it's disingenuous. It's disingenuous. Like, one, if you want to sit there and talk about red states, then let's hone in on these cities in these red states. And you will find out that the highest crime cities in these red states are ran by Democrats. So it's you guys that are causing these high crime areas. Like, so you can't blame the red states, but you can sit there and blame the blue city mayors. It is what it is. Like, you can't just sit there and try to blame red states all day while ignoring the fact that who run these high crime areas? Dems.
A lie. 58 people.
It's like y'all never gonna fix the problem if y'all can't address it. I mean, please name your favorite red state, and I will literally pull out every city there, and I'm gonna show you how each high crime one is ran by a Dem. I even use my example of Ohio. Each Democratic city in Ohio, the rare few, all have high crime, basically, from Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati, damn near even Dayton.
Trump is doing targeting Chicago. He's overlooking red states that have much higher crime rates.
That talking point would be called a lie. 58 people shot, 8 dead. Clearly, he cares more about hating Donald Trump than keeping innocent people safe. I thought all lives matter. Mr. Governor, is that not the case? Mr. Wannabe President Governor? Maybe you should pay attention to what President Trump is doing, because in just a matter of a few short weeks, he has managed to take Washington, D.C. By the way, it had the distinction of being the #1 homicide rate capital city, the highest murder rate of any capital city in the world, and turn it into a relatively crime-free city. Even Mayor Muriel Bowser offered praise for the president, saying violent crime in her city has dropped 45% compared to the same period a year ago. But if you listen to Governor Pritsker and you listen to Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, you would think that the worst thing imaginable is President Trump sending in law enforcement to keep people alive and safe and not getting shot. Governor Pritsker referred to it as a, quote, invasion. Take a look.
No one in the administration, the president or anybody under him, has called anyone in my administration and me have not called the city of Chicago or anyone else. So it's clear that in secret they're planning this. Well, it's an invasion with U.S. troops if they in fact do that.
Now, while Governor Pritsker was feigning outrage over a non-existent invasion, Mayor Johnson, he took to the streets to ask people if they were ready to defend Chicago, whatever that's supposed to mean. Take a look.
Are you prepared to defend this land that was built by slaves, a land that was built by indigenous people, a land that is built by workers? Are you prepared to defend this land?
Bro, are you prepared to defend your city against gang members? Like, can we get on that? Like, you're trying to protect these people from what? Law enforcement that's going to help these people out and not live in such a high crime area? Like, how about this? You protect your constituents from the gang members or let Trump do it. Please pick. And shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, shout out to Pierre, a rare breed on the left, respectable. Who? But shout out to Hellbat, and shout out to my man Dennis Keegan for the $2. Appreciate the support, my man. Like I said, he ain't really have too much to say. Just love showing the support, man. I appreciate that. And shout out to the supporters.
Defend against law enforcement? Does that sound like a potential threat to law enforcement? Does to me. Now, these performative stunts from Pritsker, Johnson, have not deterred President Trump from trying to save American lives. Earlier today in the Oval Office, he told reporters he is sending federal law enforcement into Chicago, like it or not. Take a look.
Make your mind up on Chicago, though?
Well, we're going in. I didn't say when. We're going in.
Gotta
when
happen.
you lose, look, I have an obligation. This isn't a political thing. I have an obligation. When we lose, when 20 people are killed over the last 2.5 weeks, and 75 are shot with bullets. So let me tell you a little story about a place called DC, District of Columbia, right here where we are. It's now a safe zone. We have no crime. It's in such great shape.
Now, the saddest part of all this, these deaths, these shootings are preventable. The good people of Chicago do not need to live in constant fear for their safety. You cannot pursue happiness. If you don't have law and order, safety and security, it is impossible to pursue happiness. But this is not a new problem.
Jeez.
For years here on this program, take a look at your screen. For years on this program, since Obama became president, we have been scrolling names you never heard of before, of people shot and murdered in Chicago, victims that you won't see or hear about on any other network.
That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, it was probably since like the 2010s, since Chicago started getting that notoriety on how bad it's gotten. And it's only gotten worse since then. So for anybody to sit here and say that, oh, he's being authoritarian, Chicago don't need it. Yeah, they do. Because obviously the police can't handle it. Obviously the community, well, I'm being real with you, the law-abiding citizens in the community can't handle it. No community task force can handle it. So yeah, we're gonna need the National Guard at a certain point. I mean, when you got kids walking around with heavier artillery than the police, I don't know what to tell you. Like, what, you just think that this is just a norm? We can just handle this under normal circumstances? Like, we could send 10 police cars into these hoods and they will get shot at. But maybe you send 10 Humvees, we might be able to do something.
Governor Pritsker, Brandon Johnson, people are dying in your city. 58 people shot, 8 people dead, and I'm holding all of you accountable because you don't care. You're not lifting a finger. These lives matter. What will it take for you to understand that you and everyone else on the far left are on the wrong side of yet another issue? You are failing the people of your state, of your city, who are now begging you for help. They want to be safe and secure. They want to be happy. They want to find their purpose in life. Why did God create them? But you are so blinded by rage and hatred of Donald Trump that you'd rather push your failed defund, dismantle, no bail, reimagine the police with social workers, radical ideology. We know it doesn't work. In a press conference earlier today, Governor Pritsker and Mayor Johnson doubled down, tripled down on dumb, dumber, stupid, and crazy. Mayor Johnson even trying to blame red states for Chicago's crime problem. Can't make this one up. Take a look.
When did we become a country where it's okay for the U.S. president to insist on national television that a state should call him to beg for anything, especially something we don't want?
No. You don't want it because it makes you look bad. Yo, people want it because they're tired of living like that, or living under gang rule.
Have we truly lost all sense of sanity in this nation, that we treat this as normal? I can't live in a fantasy land where I pretend Trump is not tearing this country apart for personal greed and power.
Chicago will continue to have a violence problem as long as red states.
I mean, the problem with Pritsker is that you're the best example of Dems running areas and just running it into the shitter. I mean, honestly, this man's the best example of a Dem taking control of a city and it just gets way worse. Like, I just do not understand this guy, especially the fact that he gave, millions of dollars to, immigrants, the sanctuary city immigrants, and then pretty much left his people in, a budget problem, 1.5 billion in debt, right? Thanks to this guy. That's so tough. But all right, man. Shout out to my man Chase. Top 20 cities for violent crimes. All Democrat ran. I know everybody in the chat trying to nitpick their favorite Republican city to nitpick. And I'm just like, how disingenuous can you be? Like, all right, do you really want to bring up Texas? Come on, do we really need to do this? Because y'all just gonna look stupid. But shout out to my man Dennis Keegan. He says, handling. Oh yeah, hanging out of jail. Okay, so he said hanging out. Getting out. Wait, hanging out of jail, free cards, and handing out. Oh, sorry, dog. I think you said handling out, but handing out, get out of jail free cards instead of worrying about the legality of being in the country definitely doesn't increase crime rates. Sure, I know, right? It's like, just inviting in all these immigrants with gang ties while you have people who are U.S. citizens with gang ties and that have guns. And now you got not only do you have these gang members that are U.S. citizens running around, but you got ones that are not. And then you also got and it kind of adds to the crime statistic. And it also was a huge problem during the whole cashless bail thing, because here's the thing. Cashless bail did not just help the illegals or the asylum seeking immigrants. It also helped the gangbangers who would commit crimes and get released on bail because, oh, well, they can't afford it. We just can't hold them in. That's not fair. If they were rich, they'd be able to get out. They committed a heinous crime. They assaulted somebody with a gun. Leave their ass in there.
Continue to have a gun problem. Shootings will continue as long as this presidential administration continues to put politics over people.
Unbelievable. Mayor Johnson also signed an order aimed at resisting Trump's planned federal law enforcement operations in the city of Chicago. It's meaningless. Once again, the left is on the wrong side of an important issue. At a minimum, it's an 80-20 issue, probably a 90-10 issue. Law and order, safety, security, common sense. Anyway, it's coming out as pro-crime, anti-safety is such an outrageous position to take that even MSDNC's liberal Morning Joe, now he may be trying to save his job from low ratings. Maybe he's trying to make a pivot. I don't know, but he actually made sense for once. Take a look.
Wow.
I actually think that J.B. Pritsker should do something radical. I think he should pick up the phone, call the president, and say, you know and I know you don't have the constitutional authority to deploy the National Guard here and to police my. You can do that in D.C. You can't do that in Chicago. But let's partner up. Because right now, just hey.
The problem about Chicago is Trump can make a pretty good case on how serious it is. I mean, all the crime, all the shootings, broad day, and all that good stuff. I mean, he got a pretty good case to make, just like he did in L.A.
See here moving along. No problem here. Hey, Donald Trump, we don't need you. And, the mayor talking about we're going to protect people's dignity in our city. We'll protect their lives. That's protecting their dignity.
All right, let me be clear. Mayor Johnson, Governor Pritsker, they're failing the people of Chicago, and their lives are not safe and secure. Violent crime is out of control across the city and the state. Again, 8 people dead. They should be alive. 58 people shot. They shouldn't be in a hospital. These were preventable. But instead, 8 funerals are now being planned while dozens more are dealing with gunshot wounds. And still, the state's liberal politicians are so blinded by rage for President Trump, they're refusing to keep their own residents safe. Our very own Nicole Parker was in Chicago.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, why go against crime? You could just go against Trump. It's like, well, why protect your constituents and make sure that they're living in a safe area? Well, you could just go against Trump and win brownie points with the Dems. I mean, who cares, man? Who cares about your citizens when it's all about, popularity points with the Dems? That's how you guys look right now. You care more about popularity points and going against Trump than the safety of your own citizens.
Chicago today, speaking to the people in that city. Let's see what they had to say.
What do you think about President Trump? He's offered to provide assistance to help make Chicago safe, to bring.
And shut up. Hellbat, he says, how much you want to bet if we probe into their backgrounds, we'll find some sus connections to gang and cartels. I think I said that earlier. I'm like, I would not be surprised. You look into Pritsker and you just find some type of shady, drug dealing, arms dealing thing going on. Because the drug trade, and it does look like the arms trade, run through Chicago. This is why you got 14-year-olds with basically some heavy artillery. I'll tell you that right now. Like, they ain't walk around with just pistols. I'll tell you that.
In potential National Guard, potential, federal law enforcement officers and agencies to give help to Chicago. How do you feel about getting help to make your city safe?
Help is needed.
How do you feel? Do you think that protecting and making Chicago safe, should that be a political issue?
I think Chicago can take all the help we need. So if it turns into a political issue, then tomato. If it works for the environment, for the safety of,
I mean, bro, I hear, and this is literally bro's trying to say. He's like, if it works, bro. Like, we're literally willing to try everything. Like, we've increased policing. That ain't work because the gang members got better guns. I mean, like, we can only increase policing and only have so many curfews and all this good stuff. They're trying everything. They tried everything but the National Guard. That's the problem. It seems like Chicago, it was just ignored. Like, Pritsker honestly does not care about Chicago. Pritsker hates black people. Let's just be honest. Like, on some George Bush shit, Pritsker hates black people. That's why he doesn't want to do anything about Chicago. There you go. Now I feel like a Dem because I made it race. I made it about race. But I mean, what else you supposed to get out of it? You damn near want to talk about the state instead of talking about the black residents out of Chicago who are suffering under this high crime. And he even got this young man saying, look, man, I know he wants to say, look, I don't all the way agree with it, but bro, we done tried everything and we need something new. We're willing to try whatever. And the National Guard, It's the only thing they ain't tried yet. And if that don't work, then just throw away the whole damn city, bro. Throw away the whole city.
People, then I'm with it. Yeah.
National Guard coming here is not going to stop anything.
I think it's a good idea. Because look, we need more. I mean, what's wrong with more help?
Right? Let me explain something. When you step outside your apartment or your house, you're in a war zone. You don't have to be in Iraq and Afghanistan. And if you think I'm lying, let's check out the news every day.
Thank you. That was probably the realest dude on there. This is probably the realest dude. Like, bro, every day you step out, and I know guys from Chicago. Trust me, I got friends from Chicago, and they'll tell me the same thing. Actually, you know a guy from Chicago just off the way they move. They move very cautiously. They don't like staying in one place for too long. Like, they literally act like people who've lived in a war zone, and it's low-key sad. And if you're in Chicago, dude, you know what I'm talking about, bro. Go outside your area. You're going to see how literally you act like somebody who's been in a war zone all your life. And like, dog, you're going to come out and you're going to find it hard to relate to people who ain't have to walk outside and have that same type of fear. I mean, there's people who lives in hoods too, who don't walk out and be like, oh yeah, I'm in a war zone. No, they at least got to go 2 blocks over to the hot block. But in Chicago, like I said, shootings in broad days, shooting in the middle of the city, shootings in the rich parts of Chicago. The crime is so bad, it spills over into the good areas. That's when you know y'all are effing up. And a serious action needs to be taken. Like with the National Guard, we got to try something new.
Right? Let me explain something. When you step outside your apartment or your house, you're in a war zone. You don't have to be in Iraq and Afghanistan. And if you think I'm lying, let's check out the news every day.
He's only going to Chicago and every state that is a Democratic state. Tell me why.
But you think that President Trump...
Well, it's not about a Democratic state. It's about you Democratic cities that have high crime that the Dems don't ever want to address. Now, if you guys want to address these red states, well, here's the problem. You'd have to address yourselves still. Because when you look at these red states with the highest crimes that have these high crime cities are ran by Dems. So it's like I said, you try to blame the Republicans, but you can't, because the only reason that these red states are high crime is because of the blue cities.
Could step in and help.
Yeah, I'm thinking, yeah. I mean, I don't see no harm in that.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
But all right, though, let's get into what CNN got to say about this. Let's get right into it.
This is Pritsker. So President Trump now warning that he has made up his mind and that he is going to deploy federal troops to the city of Chicago.
Chicago is a hellhole right now. We're going in. I didn't say when. We're going in. If the governor of Illinois would call me up, I would love to do it. Now, we're going to do it anyway. We have the right to do it.
Well, when it comes to that, minutes later, the Illinois governor, J.B. Pritsker, responded to Trump.
I can't live in a fantasy land where I pretend Trump is not tearing this country apart for personal greed and power. He has no idea what he's talking about. There is no emergency that warrants deployment of troops.
I'm sorry, but when it comes to Chicago, it's been under emergency for about over a decade, my dog. Chicago's been a problem for about a decade. So, yes, there is. I'm sorry. I'm not just going to sit there and just play like games with you guys. Yes, Chicago's been a problem for 10 years, and you have not been on top of it. The people have been crying out for a while, and you guys have not been on top of it. You tried giving these guys more police. You tried giving the police more hours. It didn't work. You need to try something a little bit more extreme now, because overworking the police force and adding police officers ain't working. Sadly, it ain't working. And it's one of the biggest police forces in America. Look it up. I do believe that Chicago is probably like one of the top 5 biggest police forces in the United States. And they still can't handle it. But shout out my man Jet. He says, nah, Governor Pillsbury favorite donut is chocolate. He said, what you mean? Say he can't be racist. That man loves chocolate. All right, I'll give you that one, brother. And shout out my man Dennis Keegan. It's easy to work with established crime instead of making a new cartel. Imagine what a cartel can offer when the voting is swayed over 5K. I mean, shoot. I mean, imagine how imagine how much the voting is swayed due to all the immigrants they let in because he made Chicago a sanctuary city. I mean, that didn't help him either. But yeah, it's easy to work with established crime instead of making a new cartel for a fact. I'll give you that one. But it'd be better if we had no cartels. Better if we had no cartels at all. or at least limit them down to just trafficking drugs instead of trafficking humans. I mean, if you had to take out one, you couldn't solve everything. I would take out the human trafficking.
He is insulting the people of Chicago by calling our home a hellhole.
Yes, I have.
And anyone who takes his word,
and yes, I have been to Chicago. Nice city.
At face value is insulting Chicagoans too.
No, it's not.
Pritsker also says,
no, it's highlighting their problems that you're ignoring. Like, Joe, trust me, he's not talking bad about Chicagoans. It's the fact is we feel bad because you've left them in such a destitute situation and left them at the mercy of these gang members or all the shooters in Chicago. Like, that's the problem here. And I'm like, this guy trying to just skirt the problem by talking about red states is not helping you Dems. Because even when you talk about red states, we look at the blue cities in those red states, we figure that they're the one with all the crime. So y'all still cook yourselves.
he has reason to believe that the Trump administration has already begun staging the Texas National Guard for deployment to his state. Lulu Garcia Navarro, Shermichael Singleton out front. So Lulu, you can hear the intensity in his voice. And I just want to say, though, in terms of what he's saying, it is a new level of fury from Governor Pritsker. Right? He hasn't shied away from a fight. He hasn't shied away from this fight. He likes a fight. But this is different. What he was saying about Trump was different.
It is different. And I think Governor Pritsker feels like it's warranted. I mean, let's put this into the context of what has historically happened in this country. You normally do not have a president essentially saying that he's going to send in troops to a city of the same country, right? I mean, if you look at this, this is punishment and not policy. Policy for crime would be like, I'm going to give you more money. I'm going to surge the police. I'm going to do things to help you tackle crime. This is aimed squarely at states and governors he doesn't like. I read something in the S.E.T. the other day, which said if this was happening in any other country, they would paint this as,
And shout out to my man Vladstein. Chicago is actually a shithole. You told Pritsker. I mean, shout out my man Vladstein and all the supporters. But exactly. Trust me. I mean, if you want to sit here and deny that Chicago is a shithole, it's only because you hate Trump. And you never really looked into it. I advise you look into, there's literally social media pages for all the Chicago shootings. Why? Because Chicago got a whole lot of cameras and there's a whole lot of shootings that they catch. Like, y'all really need to look into this stuff before you guys want to talk about Trump saying, oh, he only wants to do this to be authoritarian. No, I'll be honest with you. He's touching on something that you Dems have ignored, the high crime in these black areas. Like, y'all say y'all for us, but y'all letting us live in high crime areas? Like, really? But you're for us, though. Just like y'all said y'all for women, but y'all okay with letting men and women sports. I mean, I thought y'all were for women. And I thought y'all was for us, too. But I guess y'all just, talk good and just turn around and show y'all ass to us in the end.
basically a president targeting opposition members in cities that he doesn't control. I mean,
And shout out Chase. I don't feel you with this one. So because we have a president who finally cares, he's being disrespectful. Wow. These people will say anything to be right or at least seem right. Honestly, I said the same thing. It was just so confusing to me. I'm just like, hold on, man. It doesn't even make sense that you're trying to say, oh, Trump don't care about nobody. No, if Trump didn't care about nobody at all, why even send the guard there? Just let all these black hoodlums go out there and shoot themselves into oblivion, just like Pritsker was doing. I mean, it kind of seems like Trump cared more about black people than Pritsker did. Like, I'm be honest with you. Like, what about Pritsker? This man just let these guys shoot themselves up for years. I don't even know how long this man's been governor, but for however long he's been governor, these guys been shooting each other up. Trump comes in, and Pritzker's been on top. How long has this man been governor? Hopefully, they ain't been 5 years plus. Because you've been on this for 5 years plus, you have not put anything towards that. Trump comes in, he's trying to do something that may actually work. We're not saying that this will work, but it's something new, something that hasn't been tried because Chicago is such an extreme situation. Y'all tried everything. So just because he's actually trying to put in a new idea, trying to have a new way of doing things, all of a sudden, he's the racist now, he's the authoritarian. I'm gonna be real with you, JD Pritsker, well, not JD Pritsker, but Pritsker, he failed Chicago, period, point blank. The man failed Chicago. And To be honest with you, you can damn near say he's racist more than Trump. I mean, here's the thing. I don't even want to hear the whole Trump's racist unless you're trying to say the same thing about Pritsker.
Just isn't America. This
Pillsbury.
isn't the way we do things here.
Yeah, sure, Mike. I think Lulu does have a fair point here, right? You would say if this were another country targeting opposition, right? Targeting his opposition leaders, opposition locations, certainly if Putin were doing it. Because the reality of it is that if this were really about crime, why is Trump not doing it in any Republican-led cities or states?
Look, I would do it wherever the crime is concentrated. It's objectively true that there are pockets of the city of Chicago that.
Oh, trust me. And the red states are next. But the problem is the worst case offenders just happen to be in these blue states. I mean, hey, there you go. It is what it is. I mean, Chicago is one of the most high crime cities, especially when it comes to homicide and shootings. And then, of course, I think you got Jackson. Okay, then you got Jackson, Mississippi. In a red state that's ran by a Dem. Then you got, Shreveport in Louisiana, ran by what? That had a history of being ran by Dems. They just got a Republican mayor in 2022, but the past 4 mayors, Democrats. And what is Shreveport, Louisiana? A high crime area. But hey, they're about to get back on track. Hopefully the Republican can do something because obviously they got tired of the Dems over there.
Do have high concentrations of crime. We can't deny that. Look, is this a long-term strategy? Absolutely not. But it is a temporary fix. The president using the bully pulpit to put a spotlight on crime in Chicago, I think makes sense. We're discussing it. The mayor of DC just signed an act today allowing local police to work indefinitely with federal law.
And I want to drive this point home. Shout out Shreveport, Louisiana. Sorry to make such a gruesome example out of you guys, but this needs to be told. Shreveport, Louisiana, Democrat. Going back for a while now, it's been Democrat with a little splashes of Republican, but Democrat. And here we go, right? This is the current guy in right now. This guy right here. My guy, Tom. But before Tom, it was Adrian, a black Democrat. First African, and then we got Ollie Tyler, first African-American female president. I'm not president. President, I'm crying. Mayor. Yes, first mayor, Shreveport, Louisiana. And this is for Shreveport, Louisiana. This is one of the main ones y'all want to bring up. What about this? So from 1998 to 2022, Shreveport, Louisiana has had extremely high crime. And now when a Republican comes in, then you guys want to try to blame the Republicans? You see how disingenuous these guys are being? Because they ignore this entire history right here, but they want to focus all on this. Like, the dishonesty is crazy. That's what I'm saying. Y'all are disingenuous when y'all talk or speak on these high crime areas. You want to talk about, it's red states. No, it's blue cities.
Law enforcement, because what they have seen is a decrease to a number of 0 in terms of murders in the city of DC. Why would that not be a good thing? In Labor Day just passed, for example, 58.
And shout out to my man Hellback for giving me that information. Since 2019, Pritsker has been governor. See, he ain't got no room to talk.
People were shot in Chicago. 8 of those people killed. The youngest, who is now in critical condition, is a teenager. So, Aaron, to me, you may not necessarily like what the president is doing, but how in the world could any sane person not agree that trying to make safer communities for people who live in some of those higher concentrated areas of crime is not something that should be a bipartisan effort?
So, Lulu, the DC mayor, to the point that Shermichael's just saying, Muriel Bowser, she's just issued an executive order that requires coordination with federal law enforcement to the maximum extent allowable by law, in the words of her order, without an expiration date. And she did just days ago admit that Trump's crackdown in DC was reducing crime. So what does it mean that she has essentially, it sounds like, said, well, they can stay as long as they want and work with them? I think.
And shout out Vladstein. He said, consider this humanitarian aid, protecting lives. Facts. Consider humanitarian aid. They're just coming through to stop the gangs from trying to take over the city. Okay, guys? And then you guys can go back to doing what you're doing. Okay.
It means that she's probably not going to be reelected as mayor of DC, because if the polling here shows that about 80% of DC residents think that this is an absolute overreach. And so this is not happening in consultation with the people who both the mayor and the president are supposed to represent. They do not like this. They see this as an infringement on the city itself, and they see this as an occupation and not as some sort of liberation from crime. Of course, nobody likes crime. Of course,
an occupation. So we're gonna occupy our own goddamn. Okay, we're occupying our own nation. Apparently, okay, whatever. We're occupying Chicago and doing what with it? And who owns Chicago now? The United States government, like it been always have been. Oh, an occupation. Okay, that's hilarious.
Of course, murders are
over dramatizing, but hey, it is what it is.
Bad, but this is about something much deeper. How do you do this? Whose role is it to tackle it, and who has autonomy?
So, Michael, what do you make of the mayor?
Can I push back a little bit? I mean, who's saying this? 2 weeks ago, I was on air on Laura Coates' show, and we aired about a 4 or 5 minute package of one of our reporters talking to residents in DC, for example, who live in some of those very dangerous areas, mixed race people, young and old, older people saying, at my age, I have to go home before sundown because it is too dangerous. So maybe if you're talking to some milquetoast liberal who lives in Northeast DC or Northwest DC in a $2 million house.
Sure, Michael.
Thank you. It'd be the people that don't even live in the goddamn area. It'd be the people who live in the rich areas. So we don't need Trump in Chicago. Yes, we do. The crime is even spilling over into the rich areas of Chicago. And even in DC, even Stephen Miller called them out correctly. Those are a bunch of white liberals who don't even live in the DC, who don't even experience the crime or even live in these high crime areas. They don't experience it. They don't really know ish about it. All they know that Trump's trying to stop it, so they're against it. That's it.
Maybe they're saying, in Virginia, it's great. And I live in Washington, D.C.
Well, let me tell you something. There are a lot of people who live in the poor areas who do not see it the way that Lulu just described. And again,
you don't.
I'm not saying, Aaron, that this is a long-term fix. I acknowledge
that's the problem. Y'all talking from y'all ivory towers and you're just talking off of Trump hatred. But if you really went down in Chicago, a lot of people feel sick to their stomach because you were literally covering up the problems of the American people just to say F Trump. I really would like for some of these people to get down from your ivory towers, step out of LA, step out of Manhattan, New York, and go to these hoods that you guys think you know about so much.
The fact that this is only temporary, you do got to increase funding. You do have to have more policing. But hell, that's pretty hypocritical coming from the other side who demonized the hell out of police for 4 years.
Good point.
Sure, Michael, I am a reporter. I am not the other side. I am simply saying that there was a recent poll that said 80% of the residents of this city do not agree. And that's a fact. Now, you can try and cherry pick your
80% of who? 80% of how many people in there? I don't even care if they say 80% of people did want to see this. First off, we're going to have to see your polling. Where you getting that, sweetheart? 80% out of what? Who jacks? Where? Did you go to the hood? I know y'all ain't go to the hood. Y'all probably just went to them nice ass neighborhoods outside of Chicago or barely outside. And then y'all asked them. Y'all ain't go to the hood and asked foeing them. Y'all ain't asked ganging them. You asked the nice people up there in the suburbs. You asked Mr. Rogers and them, and they're cool people. But you really need to ask foeing them, man in them, John in them. You need to ask those guys.
Who you want to talk about. But that is just the way that the people feel here now.
And sorry for the overly ghetto names. But shout out to our man Hellbat. I mean, being they love the CCP so much, why not? I mean, exactly. They do love the CCP. It's kind of crazy. But hey, man, sometimes they need to go there themselves so they can know what real slave wages is like in a poverty line of $6 a day. But shout out to my man Chase. He says 80%. Who did they ask? Only Lib/Dems, I guess. Shake my damn head. Exactly, Chase. Man, I know they didn't ask those guys in the hood. They did not ask foeing them what's going on. And foeing them is a term that Chicagoans use for, I don't know, damn near to the, I guess, reference a group of people.
I believe in a democracy, people who live in a city should have a say in what happens there.
I agree, but I'm also a strategist. I've worked in a lot of polls, and I know focus group, size, 80%. Education, ethnicity, all of that stuff matters, Lulu. It's easy to come up with a poll and say, well, this demonstrates what most people believe. You know that as well as I do.
Yeah.
I think at the end of the day,
especially if you don't have the area of where you got this polling from, because if you'd have went to the hoods of Chicago and asked that question, you'd have probably got 100% that, we actually need these guys in here. We need them. But when you go to the nice rich places that don't know nothing about what's really going on in Chicago, or they're so outside of it, they just hate the fact that Trump's coming, then yeah, they're going to go ahead and say no. I mean, they're so far removed from the problem. And it's crazy how you would ask people who aren't really suffering from the problems in Chicago. Like I said, y'all speak from the ivory towers. You only talk from people in y'all, well, in y'all wealth class, in y'all class. Like, let's just be honest. I mean, yeah, y'all try to call Trump the rich white supremacist, but you guys act like that more than Trump do.
It's not about crime. I understand that the president and you would like to make this about crime. The bigger concern here is what this means. Putting troops on the streets of American cities, troops that the governors of those cities don't want, the mayors of those cities don't want, and the people of those cities don't want. What does that say about the United States of America today? The concern, and I've worked in many of these places, is that this turns into some kind of police state where, of course, you have safety, but you lack.
I mean, let's be real, though. It's either a police state or it's a gangland. Pick one, sis. I'd ask a police state or gangland. Pick one.
Liberty. And that is the concern I'm hearing from many, many people.
Lulu, I don't want that either, by the way. No American wants to live in a police state. I'm in agreement with you there. But people also deserve to live in safe communities, and having 60, 50, 40 people 100%. Killed in the city every other weekend just seems nonsensical to me.
Yeah. All right. We'll hit pause there. Thank you both very much.
Thank you, Aaron.
For the conversation. Thank you. And tonight, President Trump addressing rampant rumors over the weekend that he had died.
It's sort of crazy, but last week I did numerous news conferences, all successful. They went very well, like this is going very well. And then I didn't do any for 2 days, and they said there must be something wrong with him. It's also sort of a longer weekend, you know, it's Labor Day weekend. So I would say a lot of people know I was very active this Labor Day.
I mean, you'd have to be living under a rock to not have heard the discussion. I mean, the hashtag Trump dead was trending online on social media platforms throughout the holiday weekend. I mean, it was really incredible, frankly. But the reason was, I guess, because Trump had not been seen for 3 days, no public events, which is highly unusual for him because he's always out and about. Also driving speculation was this visible recurring bruising on his hand, which obviously doesn't look good. Out front now, Dr. Jonathan Reiner, who has been a White House medical consultant for 4 administrations. Dr. Reiner, the sources tell CNN that the attention to Trump's hand bruising has made him self-conscious, that until recently he's been trying to use heavy makeup to cover the bruising. And you can see that on it in that one image, which has obviously gone viral. You know,
and shout out to my man Moses Hilo. He says George Soros connections between all of this. You know, George Soros connection. I know when it comes to George Soros, it kind of if the agenda goes along with like a globalist agenda, then yes, it's George Soros, because George Soros is just the ultimate globalist, like top globalist, and they're probably one of the richest globalists besides him and Larry Fink. But yeah, so when it comes to globalist agendas, yeah, I could see some connections there. When it comes to Chicago, you know, maybe when it comes to the immigrants, we can draw a Soros connection. But other than that, I mean, man, we can't even blame this one on Soros. I mean, it's been like this for way longer than, I mean, Soros has been a problem. And Soros has been a problem for years, but we're talking about in terms of Chicago, trust me, Soros ain't got nothing to do with this one. Maybe the immigration part, because like I said, the man's the top globalist, but when it comes to that gang crime in Chicago, man, I wish we can blame that man, because then it'd be easier to tackle.
Oh, this concerns you. Tell me why.
Well, I'm more concerned. I don't know what he has a bruise on his hand, and I'm sorry he's self-conscious about it. When you see him sitting at the Resolute desk, he always covers his right hand with his left hand in kind of an awkward way. And I'm sorry he feels self-conscious about it. You know, he's a 79-year-old man. He's pretty vigorous for a 79-year-old man, and stuff happens to 79-year-old people.
Like, it's kind of crazy though. Like, it's funny how people act like, you know, hiding in sickness or hiding being sick isn't things that world leaders have been doing throughout time. World leaders have always hid the fact that they've been having health problems. Bro, a world leader won't even show that they have a common cold. They won't even show the fact that they have a fever. They'll just say that they took a vacation while the man's been in bed damn near clinging to life. And then when he come out after that fever, we all pretend like nothing happened. It's like, that's how world leaders act. They're always going to downplay whatever illness that they have. Biden was a bit too serious, though. I mean, when it came through his speech, it was a little too obvious that he was slipping. Like, but Trump, he still got it. He's still able to talk. He's able to hold a conversation, still able to move around and not stumble all over the place. So he's all right for now. God willing, he stays right for the rest of his presidency.
But he's been portrayed for a long time now as basically a part of the Marvel universe. Ronnie Jackson said he could live to be 200, and when you're portrayed that way, you can't have a bruise on your hand. And I don't know why he has the recurrent bruise, but the bigger issue is I don't think in this country we've ever really had full candor about the health of our presidents, and it's really time to start talking about how the public can and Congress can remain informed about the salient points about the health of our leaders.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the press secretary today says Trump's been completely transparent, unlike his predecessor. But obviously, that's not the case. I mean, to your point, I wouldn't say there was transparency then either, but there certainly isn't now.
Well, I think when you're covering
actually, there was already transparency, sweetheart. They already said that the man has a condition that causes his skin to do discoloration. So they're already open about Trump's condition already, some type of deficiency he's having. So there was already transparency, and you guys are trying to reach for something that's most likely not there. And due to his age, I can't say for sure that there's nothing there, but right now, he just came out and gave us a nice little speech, talked to the press. So it looks like he's good. It sounded like the man just wanted to take a break, and we got so used to not seeing the man that, people started saying that he was dead, which is wild.
On your arm with makeup, that's basically the opposite of transparency. That's being opaque
in the most literal sense.
Right, but with this president, and in his last administration, he went to Walter Reed in November of 2019, emergently on a Saturday afternoon, and the White House just never told people what that was all about. It's been reported that in 2020 he had COVID days before it was announced to the public. So I think there's precedent to basically understand that this administration has not been completely candid about the health of this president.
Wow. It's wow. The pot calling the kettle black for real. After pretty much lying for 3 to 4 years straight about Biden's health, now y'all want to be the ones to be like, well, they're not being transparent about his health. I mean, one, they already said the condition that he had. Two, y'all didn't say that Biden had anything. Y'all didn't even admit to the fact that, he might be getting a little slower. He might have a bit of a stutter. Y'all didn't even want to admit that the man had cancer. Stage 4 cancer. Like when we finally found out he had cancer, it was at stage 4. That means he had it for a minute. Okay. But finally, though, let's get into Epstein. Because there was an oversight committee. An oversight committee finally was held, and they released, 33,000 new documents. Let's get into it.
The House Oversight Committee tonight making more than 33,000 pages of the Jeffrey Epstein case records public. CNN has them. We've been going through them as we speak. So far, we've determined that they contain flight logs and court filings and surveillance footage. Now, there's reason to believe these are the materials the panel received from the Justice Department a little more than a week ago, which you'll remember Democratic Committee member Ro Khanna said was just a fraction of what the DOJ actually has.
Our lawyers were up all night, and we now have a fact that only 3% of the documents that were given to us were new. 97% were already in the public domain.
What?
And less than 1% of the Epstein files have actually been released.
What? Hold on. Wait a second, because did you say less than 1%?
The public domain. And less than 1% of the Epstein files have actually been released.
Well, this comes with the House back from a 5-week recess, and Congressman Kellena, along with committee Republican Thomas Massey, starting to gather signatures to force a floor vote compelling the DOJ to release all the Epstein files it has.
Yeah, because when they're talking about only 1% was new information, that just set something off in my head. You understand? Like, whoa, what do you mean only 1% was new? And what the heck does that 1% say? And why can't y'all just release the goddamn transcript? Just release the list. Not the list, but release the files, release everything. I don't care who would implicate. Let them fight that on the back end, because this is getting ridiculous now. Like, the further we go into it, the more we know that we don't know shit. And it's irritating.
Now, in addition, some of the women who survived Epstein's abuses spoke to lawmakers today and plan to hold a press conference tomorrow. We'll hear more from them in a moment. We begin our coverage at the Capitol with Sinan's Manu Raju. So what more are you learning about these documents and whether any of them contain actually new information?
Oh, and shout out to my man Chase. He says the bruises from the bruises from him pimp slapping Zelensky. Like, goddamn. Just hit him with the backhand. Like, you gonna come to that peace negotiation table. You're gonna come to the summit. I don't care if Putin don't show up. You better show up.
You know, Anderson, we are still going through it. I mean, there's a huge amount of records here, 33,000 pages. But in our initial review of this, it appears that a lot of this is information that has already been public or has been publicized in other ways. Court filings, some surveillance footage from some information relating to depositions and the like that have come out in various other settings. So it's unclear at the moment just how new this is.
And shout out my man Parabolic Curvature said this isn't productive, but Francis Suarez is the Republican mayor of Miami since 2018, and Florida has voted Republican for press every year since 2016, which is true, which is definitely true. But that's one liberal city, and yes, Miami does have a bit of a high crime, but it also has, like, I'm gonna be real with you, probably one of the richest cities in America. So, hey. Comes with its goods and its bad. But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. It's actually a good point. No, it is being productive. I will give you that, Parabolic. But I still believe that if I look through all the major cities that have high crime in, Florida, we're going to find the Democratic outliers once again. Well, I'm sorry, but your usual Democratic suspects.
Information is, but this comes as the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and other top Republicans, and including in the White House, have been trying to stop this effort, this bipartisan effort to force a vote calling for the release of all of the Epstein files. That is an effort that is being led by, as you noted, Congressman Thomas Massey and Congressman Ro Khanna. They are trying.
Hey, and shout out to my man Dennis. He says, I'm a Democrat, by the way. My party views back all this. Hey, and shout out. Hey. And I mean, here's the thing. I never get to, honestly, I think that we have a problem with the how we kind of categorize people. Because even I'm having trouble now that I've been set correct from the difference between a liberal and a leftist. There's a difference. And Dennis, if you're a Democrat, then you're a liberal, I believe. The way you're coming off, you're a liberal. You're not a leftist, though. So that's a good thing.
To circumvent Republican leadership and get the support of a majority of the House to force a vote on their bill calling for the release of these documents. And I caught up with some members in the aftermath of the release of these documents, including Congressman Massey. And I asked them whether or not they will continue to support this effort to vote on this bill, or whether or not they are satisfied with the information that was just released.
It's like only 1% of what they possess. And 97% of it's already been released. I'm afraid this is going to be like Pam Bondi's binders. Is people are going to dig into it and say there's nothing new here. They haven't given us anything. They've given us the sleeves off their vest.
The president's called it a hoax.
He's called it a hoax. I hope he doesn't say that after tomorrow when 10 of the survivors testify in public.
Ooh.
That would be very disrespectful.
American people have been demanding answers. I've been demanding answers, and I would like to see what's actually there.
The president's called this a hoax.
And maybe it is. We'll see. But I think that we
That's what I'm
should have
saying.
transparency.
Hey, here's the thing. I mean, it could be, but when you guys kind of run cover like this, it makes it tough. And here's the thing. I'm actually happy because, yeah, these are Republicans who are pretty much saying, like, yeah, we want to see it too. This is a bipartisan issue. Republican and Dems are both saying that, yo, we need to release everything. Because the American people just don't feel comfortable with what Cash Patel and Pam Bondi is trying to feed us, which is BS.
And that Congressman Boebert is siding with Thomas Massie and trying to call for the release of these documents by supporting that legislation. In order for Thomas Massie to move forward and actually force a vote on the full House, and there needs to be 6 total Republicans who will sign on to this effort. Already about a handful have. So he still has a work to go, because some other Republicans who have previously indicated they will back this plan told me tonight, Anderson, that they're not sure if they would in the aftermath of the release of these documents. But tomorrow, Massie indicated there he believes something will change the dynamic. That's when he will have a press conference with 10 of the victims from Epstein's sex trafficking ring will join him for this news conference on Capitol.
All right, and to go into my man Parabolic's point here, top high crime cities and their mayors. Number 1, Memphis, Tennessee. So it's top of the list for both total crime and violent crime. The mayor is Paul Young, in office since January 1st, 2024. He is a Democrat. And the mayor before that was also a Democrat. Detroit, Michigan. Mike Dugan. He identifies as an independent, though generally aligns with the Democrats. Baltimore, of course, you got Mayor, Baltimore, Maryland. Mayor Brandon Mann Scott, a Democrat. Houston, Texas. Let's see, John Whitmire, a Democrat. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Let's see here, Shirley Parker, a Democrat. And New Orleans, Louisiana. Wait, who's that ran by? Latonia Cantrell, a Democrat. Cleveland, Ohio, shout out to my Cleveland people, ran by Justin Bibb, a Democrat. So, hey. And then Birmingham, Alabama. Wait, who's that ran by? Randall Woodfin, a Democrat. St. Louis, Missouri, another high crime area. Let's see here. Tishara Jones, which is a Democrat, by the way. And then Jackson, Mississippi. Top 10 high crime, Democrat. I mean, one is Mike Dugan, is independent, but let's be real, that's really a Democrat. So, like I said, when you talk about the highest crime cities, bro, what's up with y'all? What's up with y'all? It's like all you need is like what? A black mayor, a black population. And what's the third one, man? And because it kind of just seems like you're just gonna get a high crime city. All you need is this is the recipe for a high crime city. And now this is gonna sound extremely racist, but a lot black people concentrated in one area, like a project or a hood. You need a black mayor, and shoot, that's pretty much it. Yeah. Black people and a black mayor, and you got yourself a high crime city. It's a pity, but it is what it is. And honestly, y'all Dems make it that way. Oh, yeah, that's what the third part. Democratic leadership. There you go. Yes, I forgot. The third piece, democratic leadership. The formula for a high crime city. Black population, black democratic mayor, and a democratic city. And that is a formula for a high crime city.
Hill tomorrow morning. Those same victims meeting behind closed doors with House Oversight Committee members earlier today. But Massie thinks that could propel some Republicans.
And yes, you did. Yes, you did. So I will give you that one, my friend. Shut up, everybody. You said name one. And I did. Miami's number 11. And you are right. You are right.
To vote with him on his plan.
All right, Manaraja and Wanda, thanks so much. Joining me now is New York Democratic Congressman and former federal prosecutor Dan Goldman. He sits on the House Judiciary Committee, which has oversight of the Justice Department. We mentioned the House Oversight Committee just released that batch of records related to Epstein that it previously received from the DOJ. Congressman, do you think, it seems like there's nothing really new in these so far.
There's nothing new. This is all a charade. This is all an effort by the DOJ at Trump's direction to collaborate with Chairman James Comer and the top Republicans in Congress to give the Republicans enough so that they have political cover to conceal the Epstein files and whatever it is in there that Donald Trump is so desperate to hide after he was so desperate for it to be released.
I heard there are some Republican congressmen.
Like I said, they're sure trying to go on the premise that, he's hiding something. Well, let's be real. Y'all had it for like how long? 4 straight years. 4 years of having the Epstein files, and y'all didn't release anything. So for y'all to sit there and say that Trump is hiding something, then what does that say about you guys? What were y'all doing with it then? Y'all was sealing it away. Don't even talk about it. Let's not even talk about it, so you don't got to address the pedophiles in our government. Yep, that's what the Dems did.
who are saying,
now they're thinking that they're doing better than what Trump is doing. I'm be quite honest with you. It's better that Trump kind of pump faked us about it than it not being talked about at all. Because at least when he's pump faking it, you know what? He at least put it out to the public to where now we can pretty much kind of force them to not be able to pretty much throw this under a rug. When you don't talk about it at all for 4 years straight, but then you want to bring it up when Trump's in office, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, y'all was the one that was hiding it. Y'all were the one that was covering it up for 4 years straight. Here's the thing: if you had anything damning on Trump, y'all had 4 years to release it.
Look, what Massey and Connor are trying to do is going to, it's going to release all this information without redacting information about victims, and that's inappropriate.
That's complete bogus. First of all, we know that the FBI spent hundreds or thousands of hours going through all.
And shout out to my man Dennis Keegan. Actually, Democrats backed away from whatever BS is being pushed as our views. Trump would honestly be a Dem primarily 10 years ago. You know, I said the same thing because, it's so funny. Like, if you go back and you hear how, like, Hillary Clinton was speaking, Obama was speaking, Bill Clinton. If you hear how these guys were speaking, bro, they sound like today Republican. They sounded like MAGA. To be quite honest with you, they sounded like modern day Republican. Nancy Pelosi, too. Nancy Pelosi was arguing for tariffs pretty much back in the day. She was highlighting the trade deficit problem with China, going like, we need to stop this. Now, all of a sudden, she's all for free trade and screwing us and screwing the American worker over. Back in the day, the Dems used to be preaching the same stuff that I'm preaching today. Literally, word for word, bar for bar. In a way, you can damn near call me a 90s Democrat. Trump, truly, he's a 90s Democrat. Because trust me, if Bill Clinton was running today, he would probably be MAGA.
All of these materials back in March and April when there was a house on fire to get them out and they had to be reviewed and redacted. So I believe they're already redacted for the victim's information. What is interesting, though, is you would not ordinarily redact other associates or other potential unindicted co-conspirators or accomplices if you are releasing those. And the interesting thing for me is, are they releasing witness testimony, witness statements, not the grand jury testimony, but when the witnesses and the victims came in and met with the FBI and prosecutors and they went through their stories, that's all written in FBI 302s. That's all going to be there.
All right, now let's hear what Mike Johnson got to say. Because before the Epstein files released, Mike Johnson called Thomas Massey and called Thomas Massey's pension a mute point. Really? Well, let's hear what he got to say. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. We just spent more than 2 hours with 6 of the Epstein victims, some of the bravest women I've ever met. They're very courageous. They shared their stories. Some of the ladies have shared these stories publicly before, but at least 2 of the women had never told their stories before, one for the very first time in the room. And so there were tears in the room. There was outrage. It was both, I would describe it as heartbreaking and infuriating that justice has been delayed so long. Some of the women in the room began to be groomed by Epstein and his accomplices, Ghislaine Maxwell and the others, 30 years ago. Some of the, there were 4 attorneys in the room. Some of them began civil litigation against Epstein and the Epstein evils and everything associated with it 20 years ago. This has gone on for a long, long time. And they shared their stories. They shared how these brave young women, Epstein and his accomplices, stole their innocence, stole their very lives in some cases, stole their hopes and dreams and aspirations and ruined them in so many ways. But they came forward courageously to share their thoughts and their hopes in the House Oversight Committee and the House itself, that we would do this in a bipartisan fashion and seek those answers, and we will. They are owed that. There may be as many as 1,000 victims. Think of it, hundreds and hundreds of young.
around the world because it was a global operation. I mean, they even had operations back in Africa with Peter Nygaard. And look up Peter Nygaard. That guy is a wild man. I'm glad that bastard's in jail, or I think he died or something. But I know he went to jail. I'm not sure if he died yet, but rest in hell if he did. Because yeah, that was quite the guy, and he was part of Epstein's ring as well. I mean, what was it? Luke Burnell for Abercrombie and Finch. He was doing a little pedo ring with the Abercrombie models and all that good stuff. He ended up dead in his cell, and he was doing operations in Europe, I believe. So yeah, it stretched around the world, and you got girls from different countries. That's the whole part. Now that's what the trafficking network that Epstein was allegedly running. Allegedly,
women who some of us.
I mean, come on now. He one of his clients allegedly was a prince. So of course his ties stretched around the world.
Imagine seated behind these 6 women. One of the members in the committee said that they speak for all of them, and it's been long overdue. So the objective here is not just to uncover and
shout out to my man Dennis Keegan. He's like, right, I back Trump because it's the same views. Bro, me too. But trust me, I was so confused when people try to call me the far right. And I'm like, you know what? I'm honestly maybe like center right. I have my conservative values, of course, but I also have some liberal perspectives as well. So it's funny how you support Trump and they just assume like you're just this far right lunatic. And I'm like, all right. Like maybe if you actually talk to us, you would understand more. But hey, it is what it is.
Investigate the Epstein evils, but also to ensure that this never happens again, and ultimately to find out why justice has been delayed for these ladies for so very long. It is inexcusable, and it will stop now because
there's too many powerful people involved with the whole Epstein network. That's the problem.
Congress is dialed in on this. I'm very grateful for the leadership
in civil cases.
Chairman James Comer of the House Oversight Committee, who's with me here, and he's done an extraordinary job. August was a very busy district work period for so many members of Congress who are fanned out across the country in their districts doing town halls and business roundtables and constituent services. But our House Oversight Committee was working all along on their subpoenas. And I'll let him recount for you some of the great work that has already been done. But 34,000 Epstein documents have already been collected. We will not stop there. This is the beginning and not the end. And they are going through very carefully because we have 2 ultimate objectives here. We want to bring justice to every single person who is involved in the Epstein evils or the cover-up thereof, but we also want to be equally certain that we protect the innocent victims. Many of these young women, some of them are now middle-aged women, have never come forward. We do not want their names or identities to be uncovered carelessly or intentionally in any way. And so the House Oversight Committee, in a bipartisan fashion, is combing through these documents to ensure that we redact only the information related to the innocent victims themselves. We cannot be involved in subjecting them to any more harm. With that, I want to yield to our very able and very busy chairman for all the great work he's been doing, Jamie Comer.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just give a quick update. I think everyone knows who all we've subpoenaed thus far in the initial batch. We subpoenaed 6 former attorneys general, as well as Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. We've expanded that to Alex Acosta. Acosta's coming in, I believe, September the 19th, 16th or 19th. We've got that date down. I know that we'll have a lot of questions for him with respect to an earlier Epstein.
So then Acosta's sweating. I know that man, that man Alex Acosta, he is sweating. When it comes to 19th, he's going to be sweating in front of the Oversight Committee. Because how are you going to explain that? And what do you mean? And that's what I'm pretty sure going to be one of the main questions. What do you mean he was part of intelligence? What do you mean you couldn't really treat Epstein like your average criminal, your average pedophile, because he's part of intelligence? What do you mean by that? CIA? MI6? Mossad? Which one? But all right, guys, let's get over to the right side of media and let's get right back into it.
Even Biden's people were getting in on the hoax.
The president has been very vocal with press all the time. I think in August, he spent 26 days doing public events or talking to press. So to go down for 6 days and just have a slew of true social posts that are very chaotic and people can't follow all of them, it's very concerning. There could be actually something wrong. The problem is we don't know and they're not being transparent.
That woman worked for Biden. She was the one who dressed up as the Easter Bunny and yanked him away from reporters. That woman. These people thought Trump was dead and Biden was alive. And it's not like Trump wasn't seen. He was seen going to golf every day. Biden went days without being seen. They never asked if he was alive. And
I know, that's why we said Biden campaigned from the basement.
Speculated a lot about Biden's health, a lot. But we never thought Joe Biden was dead. And we never wished he croaked in the Oval.
Nope.
But Tampon was downright giddy thinking about it.
You get up in the morning and you doom scroll through things. And although I will say this, the last few days you woke up thinking there might be news. Just saying. There will be news sometime. Just so you know, there will be news.
Timmy's scrolling through his phone, hoping to see news the president's dead. We wished Biden was alive, and they wished Trump was dead. People were texting reporters asking if the president had passed away.
Yeah, the hatred for Trump, bro, it's unmatched. It's unmatched. We can never match the Dems on their hatred for Trump because, well, we don't really hate Biden. Honestly, we feel bad for Biden. We feel like, bro, the Dems abused this old man and made him look like a fool before the American people. And now he's probably going to go down as one of the worst presidents ever. I feel bad for Biden, to be quite honest with you, especially since they might have railroaded this man and might have auto-penned his entire presidency. Like, I do feel bad. We don't have that same hatred for Biden that y'all have for Trump. We'll call out the Biden administration on the BS that they put us through for 4 years, but as far as saying that, oh, I hate Biden, I bet Biden's doing this, that, and the third, he's doing this, that, and the third, gay actions with this, that, and the third character, is like, we're not going to go that far, guys. Because the way y'all go with Trump, I mean, some of y'all might need to get help. And then some of y'all might need to, I don't know, talk to some people because y'all be saying some homoerotic things. I'll tell you that right now.
A whole lot of people on the internet convinced themselves that the president of the United States, Donald Trump, was in fact dead. It was everywhere. People I am friends with but aren't into politics were texting me asking if Trump had died. Just to be clear, let's get the good stuff in here. No, Donald Trump is not dead.
How did that rumor spread with Trump, but not with Biden? Democrats were convinced. Over the weekend, there was a video going around of someone throwing stuff out of the White House window, and they said, see, contractors can't work at the White House while the president's there. He must be 6 feet under. Trump hadn't even heard about it. Our very own stupid son of a bitch, Peter Doocy, had to show it to him on the phone.
What?
Trump called.
Hey, yo, stupid son of a bitch. Hey, nah, Jesse, hey, what's going on? I ain't gonna lie, bro. Fox, y'all still on the air? Come on now. That was surprising.
He must be 6 feet under. Trump hadn't even heard about it. Our very own stupid son of a bitch, Peter Doocy, had to show it to him on the phone. Trump called the video AI.
So that's a fake video?
Well, it's got to be because I know every window up there. In fact, my wife was complaining about it the other day. She said, love to have a little fresh air come in, but you can't. They're bulletproof.
The White House says the video is real.
The windows are there for show, not enjoyment.
So that must not be Trump. Has to be a body double. Well, someone was doing interviews over the weekend and posting all night. Quote, 3 days ago, while admiring the stonework, I happened to notice a huge gash in the limestone. It was deep and nasty. Lo and behold, because of the fact that we've installed the finest security equipment anywhere, they brought back the stupid people with their boss watching in sunglasses. It was a subcontractor that was installing heavy landscaping on a steel cart that was broken and tilting badly, with it rubbing hard against the soft, beautiful stone.
Man, goes to show you, hey, boy, man, that Trump is taking care of the White House, giving it a bar room, making sure it looks cleaner, then also cleaning the city outside of it, because it is a damn shame that DC even had a crime problem, like when it's the capital of our country. But all right, guys, let's get over to a bit of more of a comedic interlude, man. Let's have a little fun. And shout out with Don't Walk, Run Production. Shout out to this guy.
This is the Democrat Party. According to recent polling, including from the Wall Street Journal, Democrats have the lowest rating from voters in decades. This is a political party that's not only in shambles, but also in...
And that's what I'm saying, Dems. That F Trump mentality can only get y'all so far. That's why, look, The Democrats are tired of not getting no policies and nothing but criticism. That's all y'all got. Y'all got all the complaints in the world, but no solutions. People are tired of that. Even your own constituents, even your own voters are telling you guys, look, can we just chill on Trump for a little bit and let's come with some real policies? Is that too much to ask for? And y'all sit there and tell them, no, he's trying to ruin their democracy. Don't you understand? And the voters looking at you like, no, we don't. But we do understand that you guys' policies that you have enacted on like suck. That y'all leadership is terrible. That you guys aren't doing enough. That what you guys speak on, you don't handle. Let's address that instead of you guys speaking about Trump all day.
Extreme denial. Here's Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison at the DNC summer session.
And friends, do not let anybody say, why doesn't somebody do something? Nobody's doing anything. Who's heard someone say something like that? This is not true. And I need you to have a list to tick it off. Wait a minute. Have we already forgotten Cory Booker being on the Senate floor, setting records?
Bro. So that's what your response is? Because he's responding to the people that are saying Dems aren't doing enough. And y'all not. The fact that you're going to say, well, Cory Booker is standing for 25 minutes yelling and complaining about Trump. That's exactly what the F I was talking about. All you guys do is sit there and complain about Trump. Cory Booker was able to do it for 25 hours. Well, really 9 hours. Exaggerating. But I think it was like 9 hours, realistically. 9 hours of sitting there complaining about one man. But then not say nothing about no solutions, no alternative options, no policies. Just sitting there bitching about one man. And you think people going to vote for that? I don't care how much people hate Trump. If you don't give them no solutions, they're not going to vote for you.
Filibustering?
No, we remember. Cory Booker's 25-hour speech on the Senate floor, where he protested against the Trump administration and Doge cuts, accomplished absolutely nothing.
I know the Doge cuts were still passed. The big, beautiful bill still passed. And what did you really do besides sit there and complain? Everything that you were complaining about still went through.
Other than scoring him a book deal, a book which no one will read, by the way.
Have we already forgot the massive numbers of people who showed up on No King's Day? The massive numbers of people. And the Democratic Party was right there with everybody else leading the way.
There's a protest against
and Donald Trump is still president. So what did that do?
It's Trump every weekend. But wow, impressive list.
Have we forgotten about our Texas Dems standing up so bold, so brave, so powerful?
Oh, you mean the more than 50 Democrat Texas House members who fled the state in a failed attempt to block a new congressional map?
Yep.
So brave, so powerful.
And even us
so
Democratic AGs have sued this dude 44 times. And we'll sue him 44 more and 44 more after that.
I mean, like I said, y'all continue to lose if all you got is, well, because we don't have no agenda of our own, we just want to stop Trump's. That's the problem. It's like maybe y'all should be working on an agenda or a game plan instead of just trying to stop Trump's agenda or game plan.
Democrat AGs may have sued the Trump administration dozens of times, but they've lost the majority of those lawsuits. But you're doing God's work, Keith.
And we have sued them for gender affirming care. Yes, we are not going to scapegoat our transgender community.
Oh. And they wonder why they're so unpopular. But other than
y'all just don't get a clue. It's like, all right, here's the thing. We're not even like hitting y'all that hard about the whole trans community thing. But when you sit there and say that, oh, that trans women should be allowed in women's spaces, that's where y'all lose like damn near everybody.
Touting their accomplishments, the DNC summer session was largely the same old, same old.
In just 7 months, Donald Trump has dragged our country into chaos. Donald Trump, Donald Trump.
And we have a message to Donald Trump.
Donald Trump. But we know Trump isn't stopping there. Look, here's the deal. I've said this before, folks. Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump,
Trump administration.
Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump,
Trump, not Donald Trump, Donald Trump.
Yes.
So lately, the Democrats exist entirely for two things.
I mean, shoot, man, the Democrats say Trump's name more than we do.
A, to resist every single policy set by the current administration, and B, to call Trump an authoritarian dictator.
This is authoritarianism. It's fascism dressed in a red tie.
We are seeing the rise, if not the rise of authoritarianism, we are seeing the classic playbook, a page out of the playbook of authoritarianism.
You have someone who is determined to behave as well as lead like a dictator, and his authoritarianism is something that is threatening our democracy. And then, of course, the president has made it very clear. He said that this will be the last election.
You probably don't remember Trump proclaiming that the next election was going to be the last election, because Brandon Johnson, the most popular mayor in Chicago's history, is a liar.
Look, I can tell you this. I built a Holocaust museum. I know what the history was of a constitutional republic being overturned after an election in 53 days. And I can tell you that the playbook is the same. It's thwart the media. It's create mayhem that requires military interdiction. These are things that happen.
Does he not know history?
And Donald Trump is just following that playbook.
Yeah, Trump is Hitler, blah, blah, blah. They've been screaming about the end of democracy for the better part of a decade, most famously by resident Joe Biden.
We must be stronger, more determined, and more committed to saving American democracy than MAGA Republicans are to destroying American democracy. Threat to American democracy is real. American democracy only works in a democracy.
I love democracy.
Democracy.
Under what pretense do you want to arrest the governor, Mr. President? Well,
it's kind of crazy how they always try to compare Trump to Hitler. And you know what? Hitler was elected democratically, and then that was just the end of that. So, you know, there was that as well. And then there was also, I guess, the, I don't know, they had a different type of initiative back in World War II. I'm not going to get into Hitler's game plan and explain all of that, but trust me, there's huge differences from Hitler of World War II and Trump of 2025, okay? Like, huge difference. And here's the thing, I mean, like, well, then, damn, where's the group that's supposed to represent the Jews? Like, we're supposed to be that prosecuted group in concentration camps. Like, where are the concentration camps? Like, come on, guys, he's Hitler. Like, you can't be Hitler without concentration camps now. Like, come on now.
He was elected. What? This is not bloviation. This is not exaggeration. It's happening. You don't get a do-over. 249 years. Those enduring values. Best of Roman Republic, Greek democracy, co-equal branches of government, popular sovereignty. The rule of law is being replaced with the rule of done. Period. Full stop.
Yep. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Next, Governor J.B. Pritsker was asked about President Trump potentially federalizing the National Guard in Chicago.
Deploying in Washington where he has federal control is one thing. But if he sends military forces into a major American city in a state that didn't ask for it, beyond Los Angeles, what do Americans make of that?
Well, they should understand that he has other aims other than fighting crime. That's the first thing they should understand. The second is it's an attack on the American people by the President of the United States.
So according to Governor Meatball, surging law enforcement to the murder capital of the United States to help deter criminals from committing crimes is an attack on the American people. Got it.
The other aims are that he'd like to stop the elections in 2026 or, frankly, take control of those elections. He'll just claim that there's some problem with an election, and then he's got troops on the ground that can take control if, in fact, he's allowed to do this.
Bro, I mean, he could have done that last time. Like, bro, that's how ridiculous you guys sound. I mean, if that's the case, he could have did that last time. He could have just, it's like F of January 6th. I mean, why use protesters when you can use military men? Like, come on now. Like, if he had that capability, and I doubt he would do it, but even if he did, I doubt he would do it. Let's be quite honest. I mean, he had all the opportunity in the world to do it last presidency, but instead we got a January 6th instead of a armed insurrection.
Democrats
instead we just got a protest turn riot.
Cannot admit that the National Guard being deployed to large cities could make people feel safer. And it's a problem. According to a recent AP NORC poll, 99% of respondents feel that crime is a problem in large cities and in the United States in general.
It can never be normal that we would walk down the streets. I have a 9-year-old, and it's not normal for my 9-year-old to go to school and to see a tank or an armed guard walking down the street.
So the lieutenant governor of Illinois is demonizing National Guard troops as some kind of violent threat. And
yeah,
then
that's
she
what I'm
claims,
saying. It's like, first off, I thought we respected these people. It's kind of like what y'all did with the ICE agents, but I wonder how you're going to do this to our military men. Y'all call ICE agents terrorists and all that good stuff, and they're just law enforcement. What are you going to say about the National Guard? What, you're going to start calling our military men terrorists, the same people that fight for our safety and our freedom? Like, what are you going to start saying then? Because you kind of see how she's on the line of it already. You're already on the line of starting to use that language towards military men, by the way. Oh, it's not normal for my daughter to see tanks. There's not going to be no tanks rolling through the street. You will see guys in any military uniform with guns, and your daughter's going to think that it's cool. Just like all kids who see military men, they think that it's cool. Look at the cool guy with the big gun and the cool uniform. That's kids. Now, oh my God, there's some scary guy. No. Trust me. If you were a kid, you seen a soldier and you got excited. You didn't see a soldier and you were scared for your life. And if that's the view that our kid has of soldiers, then what are we doing then? Like, I'm sorry, but like, what have we been feeding our kids? That they should fear the people that protect their country? Like, what are you trying to say? I don't know if that was the best thing to say right there. And shout out to my man, Ryan Sanders. Appreciate the support, my man. He said, double tap, smart man here. Hey, man, appreciate that.
that there's going to be tanks rolling down the street. Give me a break.
It's not normal for our business.
And they're kids. If a kid see a tank, they're going like, oh, mommy, look.
Business owners to try to attract business to their restaurants, their cafes, their small businesses, and know that they're going to be guards walking up and down.
Look, I already got something for you there, sis. Look, the cafe guy, all he got to do, man, just look, get the tank to come by and say, look, don't you want to go ahead and get some coffee right next to this cool ass army tank outside? Take a picture next to it. Take a picture with the army men. So American pride. You get a cup of coffee and American flag on the way out, man. America. God bless.
Down the street, potentially armed in full uniforms.
1 week earlier.
The most recent crime spree comes as crash and grab thieves hit 2 other Foot Locker stores in Chicago, one in the West Englewood neighborhood.
God damn it, man. It's always for some J's. It's always for the J's.
And the other in Humboldt Park.
The whole neighborhood is just sick of people coming into the neighborhood and acting like they can just come ravage your stores, take what they want to take, and then they try to make you feel like you're wrong for defending your property.
Gee, you think that business owner is more concerned?
Shout out Chase. He's like, they feeding them radioactive shrimp from Walmart. Oh, shit. Okay. God damn.
Concerned with non-existent tanks rolling down the street or criminals destroying his business? I'm guessing the latter.
I mean, come on.
Let me ask you about a couple of your...
Wake up, everybody. Wake up.
Let me ask you about
Excuse me, and I know it's impolite. We have to be more calm and demure.
Couple of your own...
But I'm not calm, and I'm not going to submit myself to niceties. Not when this guy is trying to wreck our goddamn country.
Says the man in charge of wrecking California.
Man. I don't think Donald Trump wants another election.
Bro.
I have 24 Trump 2028 hats. His folks keep sending me.
And prepare to get 24 more, because I might send you one at this point.
And you think he's going to run again?
No, don't give me. You don't. Who spends $200 million on a ballroom at their home and then leaves the house? This is serious, guys. This is serious.
Look, it's simple.
No, it's serious that you're serious. That's the funny part about this. It's serious that you're serious, Gavin Newsom. I ain't gonna lie. It's really with all them when they talk about the Trump hysteria and they go all TDS on us. It's literally hilarious because we know you're serious. It is absolutely funny.
President Trump is spending $200 million.
Shout out to my man Jet, that Japanese shrimp. Hey,
on a ballroom at the White House because, like the Lincoln bedroom before it.
But yeah, okay. I think we all know, don't go to the Japanese steakhouse next to the nuclear power plant, which would be a crazy place to put a restaurant at.
Everyone will be forced to call it the Trump ballroom.
You've seen it. He's tried to steal the last election. He's trying to rig it in plain sight this time. He wants to get rid of vote by mail. I'll remind you where he got this advice, or at least he asserted he got the advice, after literally, not figuratively, this is not pejorative, putting out the red carpet to Putin. Putin apparently gave him this advice.
First of all, Trump has wanted to get rid of mail-in ballots and replace it with same-day paper ballots for years. So it's not like he just came up with the idea. Second, why would Vladimir Putin tell Trump to only allow paper ballots when Putin himself has all but scrapped paper ballots in their elections in favor of online balloting?
And my son said this. My 9-year-old, God is my witness, Dutch is sitting there watching the president and say, why does he keep saying he's a dictator? People that keep saying things like that actually might be a dictator.
I'll take things that never happened for 800.
Answer. Daily double.
I'm sick and tired of Democrats being on the losing end in this country and our democracy being on the losing end. We have got to fight fire with fire.
Gavin Newsom can't even fight fire with water.
Bro.
Anyway, that's it for now. Thank you so much for tuning in. And
hey, nah, that was going too far, G. Can't even fight fire with water. It's wild. But all right, though, man. You know what? I haven't reacted to one in a long time because this man took a vacation. But all right, man, let's get into some Piers Morgan. I believe this one was the flag burning debate.
People go to these protests with these flags to remind the authorities that this is England.
But that does seem intimidating.
Why?
Because it's being done in a way, it's being waved flagrantly in a way to intimidate.
No, it's not.
Everybody on this side of the
waving a flag to intimidate is crazy. Oh man, you gotta love the leftists.
This is England.
But that does seem intimidating.
Why?
Because it's being done in a way, it's being waved flagrantly in a way to intimidate.
No, it's not.
Everybody on this side of the pond is looking in absolute horror at the state of speech in the UK. It's absolutely abhorrent. Every day there's a new monstrosity.
You've also got at the same time President Trump wanting to jail people who burn the American flag. What do you feel about that?
Are you allowed to burn one? Yes, of course you are, because that's part of what's great about this country. You have freedom of speech.
We have the Stars and Stripes, which men have died and bled for hundreds of years. Immigrants don't get to come here, many times illegally, and burn it on the cameras as part of a demoralizing system for the public. I don't think a single one of your family members fought for the right of people to burn your nation's flag that they were fighting
Actually,
for.
I think they did. It says a lot about the national mood in the UK that the simple sight of national flags waving from lampposts and houses has become a major flashpoint. Operation Raise the Colors is a...
And shout out to my man Dennis. He says a normal political issue failed to become... Well, yeah, I'll give you that one. A normal political issue failed to become a far left weapon against Trump handling shit in the middle of views. Just gross of Dems. Left power failing. I mean, I do feel bad for the Dems though, because I think this is about to cut deep for them. I honestly think they're about to lose like seats, districts, like states that used to be blue are just going to be predominantly red. And I'm talking about even in the inner cities areas too. I mean, like, look, bro, you got people in Chicago wearing Turn Chicago Red shirts on. I mean, you know, you're effed up when you got people trying to literally go from Democrat to Republican. You know, you're effed up. Because usually people like to, you know, trust a party that they've been with for a while, even if they do so foolishly. But if you got these people willing to go from Democrat to Republican, oh yeah, the Dems definitely effed up. Usually these guys just hope for a better Democrat, but now they're scared of hoping for that. They don't even believe that they're the better Democrat. Now they're just like, yeah, we need to go ahead and try the Republican. Yeah, but shout out to my man Dennis.
Mass movement of ordinary people flying and in some cases painting the St. George's Cross and the Union Jack across their neighborhoods. Many people see it as an act of patriotic defiance, a peaceful protest against an asylum system which just about everybody agrees is out of control. But others see it as a far-right dog whistle, organized and amplified by nefarious people who are fundamentally racist. The truth, as always, probably sits somewhere in between the two. More than 32,000 asylum seekers are living in British hotels at vast expense, with hundreds more arriving routinely on small boats across the English Channel each week. Brexit was supposed to take back control of the UK's borders, but migration has simply increased. People have every right to be unhappy about that and to protest peacefully. But daubing paint on war memorials and cars, scrawling racist slogans on a Chinese takeaway, that's wrong. And it's not who we are as a country, or I hope it isn't. There's no question that many people are fired up on what they're seeing on social media, just as he's doing in the US. Elon Musk is driving vast amounts of traffic.
As I've been surfing the internet, I have been seeing a lot of, I would say extreme white nationalism, because white nationalism is not a bad thing. Extreme white nationalism is a bad thing. And these are the guys, I mean, who are like damn near separatists. They don't believe in race mixing. And here's the thing, I don't even think you really got to be a racist to not like race mixing. But these are the guys that kind of are a white only type of group. It's not about the nation. It's about ethnicity first. It's not about it's like this. Think about Nick Fuentes. It's really not about America first with Nick Fuentes. It's about white first with Nick Fuentes. As much as he does say American first, he really means white Catholic first. And there's some people like that in England. Instead of England first, it's white Englishmen first. And now it's like this, I don't know, this very small group. It's a very small group of white people that's honestly trying to have extreme versions of white nationality. And like I said, being a white national is not a bad thing. Just like being a black national is not a bad thing. It's okay to be proud of your race and being proud of your country as well. That's perfectly fine. But when you have an extreme view to where you're just like, oh, well, we need to segregate ourselves from these people. We feel like we're getting attacked, so we got to go ahead and disrespect other people and their culture and all this good stuff. Yeah, that's where things get a little, I would say, out of hand. But hey, some people just can't be mature when it comes to those type of topics.
To his X platform with stories and stats which paint a vivid picture of chaos and danger caused by immigration. Prominent critics, including Bassem Youssef, say he's deliberately peddling anti-Muslim and anti-Arab hatred with no concern about whether the stories are true. And just as he's doing in the US again, Elon Musk is backing a new political party. Nigel Farage and Reform UK are, he says, weak sauce. And he'll be backing the newly minted Advanced UK instead. Well, tonight we're going to debate some big questions which are pertinent on both sides of the Atlantic. Is flag-waving populism a symbol of patriotism or prejudice? Does Western culture have a problem with Islamophobia? And is Elon Musk partly to blame? And can a brand new party, backed by the world's richest man, really transform politics in the UK and the US? Well, joining me for the first Uncensored of the new term, Cenk Uygur, CEO and host at the Young Turks, Andrew Wilson, host of The Crucible, Mike Benz, the executive director for the Foundation for Freedom Online, and the former State Department official, Ben Habib, leader of new party Advance UK, which is now backed by Elon Musk, and Eva Centina, political commentator with Joe. Well, welcome to all of you. A stellar panel to welcome us back on Uncensored in September here. I want to start, though, before we get into the main purpose that we got you all on, I want to start with this breaking news story today, which in many ways is, to me, symbolic of the mess that my country is getting itself into, not just on immigration and asylum, but also fundamentally about free speech.
I mean, there is no free speech in the UK. You can get arrested for making the wrong social media posts. And Lord knows, man, if that was the case, I'd have been arrested a long time ago in the UK.
The Father Ted, co-creator Graham Linehan, one of the most popular comedies in UK TV history, was arrested today after arriving back at Heathrow on a flight from the United States. And he revealed in an online Substack article that officials became highly concerned for his health and his blood pressure raised to over 200 and took him to hospital. That's been confirmed by the police. But he says 5 armed cops seized him and arrested him at the airport. And why did they do that? Because in April, he did these 3 tweets, or posts as they're now called on X. If a trans-identified male is in a female-only space, he is committing a violent, abusive act. Make a scene, call the cops, and if all else fails, punch him in the balls. The second one, commenting on a picture of a trans demonstration, he wrote, a photo you can smell. The third one, I hate them. Misogynists and homophobes, fuck the M for them. Let me start with you, Ava. no one would dispute that the language he uses there is inflammatory.
Yeah.
He's a comedian, so he would argue he's being funny,
Been
but also
antagonizing.
making a mocking point about the massive issue of the last few years, about the issue of trans women in women's spaces, be it in sport, be it with safety, be it with equality. Is it right, in your mind, that he should be seized by 5 armed police officers on his re-entry to the United Kingdom? Do you feel comfortable with that happening to somebody for a few?
Remember, he's not a violent crime, no sexual crime, not even a financial crime. It's a speech crime, something that's foreign to us in here in America because, well, you're not allowed to be prosecuted for your speech. But in the UK, apparently, they you don't got that same protection. That's literally when I say we are literally the freest people in the world, like it or not. And if you don't think so, well, hey, man, this is the best form of slavery that we got in the world, like it or not. Either way you want to flip it. It's either we're the freest in the world or the freest slaves in the world, however you want to put it.
Inflammatory,
I like to go with the freest people.
Comedically intended posts on social media.
I think you're going to be very surprised by my answer. And I would say that I don't think it's right that he has been arrested. I think that he has made a career out of being hateful. I think that what he does to that community is incredibly dangerous. And I worry about the trans men and women who have to experience the fallout of his disgusting tirades every single day. But it does scare me that he was arrested. And it scares me that people are being arrested for what they're posting on social media. And I think that the government here and the Metropolitan Police need to be clearer about what the parameters are of what you can and can't post online if they're going to legislate on it. I think the worry, though, is that many trans people don't know how to deal with the vitriol or the fallout after he's had one of his explosions. I mean, you can't sue him, you can't shut him up, but every single day they have to deal with the tirade that falls on them.
Well, his tirades, as you put it, are based on a firmly held belief by him that is shared by many other people.
I don't care about his.
Well, hang on. Let me finish my point. The comments he makes, all right, they can be expressed in an inflammatory way, as I've said, but that actually underpinning it is his argument that the trans activist lobby, for want of a different phrase, but the activist lobby supporting trans rights has spent the last few years traducing and reducing women's rights to fairness, equality, and safety, and that it's actually actually the refusal to deal with that central problem, both in the United States, the United Kingdom, and other countries, that has led to such rage on behalf of women's rights.
The rage comes from trans people existing, which is what I find extraordinarily dangerous. You know, I work with trans people. Friends of mine are trans. You know, the sort of the danger and the vitriol that is spread across our tabloids every single day, I have never, ever experienced or seen. And I honestly, I just think he needs a new bit. I think, maybe it would be helpful for him if he wrote a new show or wrote a new play and just left these people alone.
Let me bring Andrew Wilson in here.
I mean, look, as much as y'all would want that, I mean, let's be honest. As sad as the trans situation is, there's also a little bit of funniness to it, too. I mean, come on. It's a bit funny that some dude thinks he's a woman to the point where he wants to leave his beard on, put on a full face of makeup and wear a wig and say, ta-da, I'm a woman. There's something sickly hilarious about it. I'm just going to say, I say it like that.
So Andrew, Graham Linehan, I'm not even sure if you're familiar with him, but he's one of the most successful comedy people in the country over here. But he's been at the center of this debate for a long time with his very stark views about this trans issue. He's been bailed by the UK police, but only with the condition that he doesn't go on X. He wrote on Substack, in a country where paedophiles escape sentencing, where knife crime is out of control, where women are assaulted and harassed every time they gather to speak, the state had mobilized 5 armed officers to arrest a comedy writer. What is your response to that?
Well, his tweets are satirical in nature. It is comedy based. She's right. He shouldn't have been arrested, but she's also wrong in the fact that, look, people are done with the trans thing. They've had enough of it. This whole, they're just kind of regular people like you and me, but happen to dress up like with. No, that's not really what's going on. You've unleashed.
They've overplayed their hand on this one. I think even, like I said, Dave Chappelle made a joke about it. Like, he was telling the gay community before this all went down, you guys need to chill before y'all start losing shit. Is like, and I think I'm not sure how exactly the joke went, but he says, hey, basically the joke ended like, look, you guys start asking for too much and you're going to get less than what you ask for. Actually, we're going to start taking back stuff. And the trans is what Dave Chappelle was talking about. Y'all taking things too far to the point where we felt we got to take things back. And to the point where we got radicals on the far right who are trying to, you know, pretty much do away with gay marriage. Do I agree with that? No, not really. But when you set them up for it, when you set them up with the whole trans ideology and how it hurts kids and how it's increasing the suicide rate in these individuals, I'm gonna be real with you. They can attack you at that point. And trans ain't really got nothing to do with gay marriage, but they'll use it against y'all.
An entire fleet of mentally ill lunatics on the public, and now we have to deal with the fallout of it. We have to deal with having to deal with these people on a day-to-day basis. A lot of people are sick of it. This guy is just echoing the thing which is in a lot of our minds, which is that, hey, we're kind of tired of these mentally ill lunatics on our streets. We really are.
Ava?
I find that really frightening. I mean, why would you say someone was mentally ill because they feel they were born in the wrong body? I mean, does that give you pleasure or joy to just stamp down on someone's, you know, personhood? What's the intent?
Because they are mentally ill. I mean, I'll just tell it to her straight. Like, look, sis, I understand you have a heart for them, and so do I. I'm a compassionate man too. I'm a compassionate person. Like, damn. But I'm not gonna sit here and just say like, yeah, they're not mentally ill when this is a man who wants to wear a wig, who wants to cut their dingling off to become a woman, something that he will never be. Of course they're mentally ill. You're aiming for something that you can never be. Not a profession. I mean, shoot, like you're not going for profession. I mean, you're not going for, I don't know, a trophy or something or an athleticism. No, you're going to trying to be a different gender. Sorry, but the way God done coded this reality, you come out, look, what you come out, you're going to get put in the ground is. You came out a girl, you're going to put in the ground as a girl. You come out a man, you're going to get put in the ground as a man. Period, point blank. It's just the one thing that God didn't let us just flip around, even with the sex changes. And I always do say, man, Mother Nature has a way of biting you back in the ass. You can't outdo Mother Nature, okay? Even if you don't believe in God, let's think of gender things as the rules of nature, right? You know, female plants and all that, animals and all that good stuff. No matter, it's funny how Mother Nature self-corrects. When you try to go from a boy to a girl, Mother Nature has a way of correcting you and making you grow hairs inside your constructed uterus, which is going to poke you. Now you're in agonizing pain. I know, right? It's just the way that Mother Nature corrects. And that's what happens to a lot of these, transgenders. A woman trying to become a man. I mean, trust me, nature's going to self-correct in a way that's going to hurt that transgender man.
And here.
Do you value truth? Because here's what.
Shout out to Mother Nature. I mean, you can't beat her. You can't beat her.
Truth, yeah.
Good. And here's what's true. What's true is that if you're a man, you can't be a woman. And if you're a woman, you can't be a man. That's what's true.
I don't think it's helpful to get into
Hang on. I'll let you talk, but let me finish. Your attempt to gaslight everybody into the opposition of this truth builds resentment. And it's that resentment that you have to deal with. And it's you have done it to yourself. Like most of these things, the left does it to themselves. It's very obvious. People are not going to accept this. The trans agenda has stalled, and it stalled out the LGBTQ agenda with it because you're trying to gaslight people into something which is obviously not true.
I think that, you know, if you look just 30 years ago in the United Kingdom, we were treating gay men in the same way that we are now treating trans people. You know, the mood does shift and the mood moves. And, you know, I think that the stalwart belief here that we need to hold is that if someone does feel that they are born in the wrong body, it does not affect me as a woman if they decide that they are going to be a trans woman. It doesn't affect me. It doesn't change the rape conviction rate. It doesn't change the rate of assault.
Today's show is brought to you by Oxford Natural, makers of the...
Hey, you know what? Respect. Like I say, I respect it. I know she's coming from a good place, but sweetheart, you're defending the mentally ill. It's better to get these guys help than to just feed into their delusion. It's like, come on now.
As somebody who's always, you know, considered myself to be pretty liberal-minded, you know, the moment this campaign started, for example, to allow trans women who are biological men and they become identified as trans women, okay, I've got no problem with people being trans. If they want to do that, I respect them. I want them to have rights to safety, equality, and the rest of it. But the moment somebody tries to persuade me that allowing biological men who identify as trans women to compete in women's sport against actual women with women's bodies, which are, because we separate the sexes and things like the Olympics, which we know are inferior in terms of power and strength, endurance, and so on. The moment people try to persuade me that is fair and equitable, I think they are absolute lunatics. And I'm not even sure they even believe it when they say it. So part of the problem here, it seems to me, and I'll bring Ben in here to comment on this, but part of the problem is that the trans lobby has brought a lot of this stuff on themselves. Right? If they had just gone about this in a different way and had fought simply for equality, I would be absolutely leading the charge. But
cease to exist.
Well, hang
what
on.
do you want them to do?
I want them to have equality, safety, and fairness, but not at the expense.
I'm not. Maybe I am. Maybe I am trying to say yes. I want to cure the mental illness of trans. Yes, I want trans people to cease to exist and let them just be gay people. Why can't y'all just be gay? Come on, man. What happened to just being gay? That's all you really are. You're a dude who wants to mess with other dudes, but you want to do it looking like a woman. That's where the mental health part come in. But really, you just want to be gay. Just do that. A female, look, I don't know what it is, but for some reason you want to mess with a girl like a man, but you feel like you have to be a man to do it or cut your tits off to do it. You don't. Just be a lesbian. That's it. It's okay. It's okay. It's way simpler than this trans stuff, is it not? You don't got to go through no surgery. You ain't got to do too much. You just got to act the way you act. Be yourself without chopping your stuff off.
It's eroding women's rights. Ben.
Well, I agree with that. And fundamentally, the feeling that you're a woman when you're in fact biologically a man is a mental health issue. That's how it's defined. And of course, if someone wants to identify as a woman, even though they are a man, fine, that's their prerogative. But for the regulatory and legislative environment in which we now live, effectively to...
The man of debate, Andrew Wilson of the Crucible channel. I know this man be cooking. Shout out to Andrew Wilson. When it comes to cooking feminists and Marxists, hey, he's your guy. He's your guy.
Progressively discriminate in their favor, not for them to be equal, but for them to have the right to go into women's loos, compete with women in sport, go into women's prisons. All these things is an assault on the very form of liberalism that emancipated women and brought women to an equal footing with men. And now, in the pursuit of what I would call ultra-liberalism, we're setting aside women's rights. We've lost sight of common sense in our society. And what we've got to go back to is that commonsensical position. Just because a man identifies as a woman, that does not make him a woman. And he should not be allowed to infringe on women's personal
When was the
spaces.
last time that
Well, actually, I mean, it's no longer a question of opinion here, of individual opinions. The UK Supreme Court has said this.
Exactly.
The British Prime Minister has finally come around to saying this. Let me bring Cenk in here. And Cenk, we've discussed this issue on and off for few years now. But what's happened to Graham Linehan here in the UK really disturbs me. It's interesting because, many people in the UK would consider Ben to be right-wing. Some would say he's far right. I think that's an exaggerated term that's overused. But certainly I would not normally readily agree with somebody who's on the right about what I would consider a liberal issue. But here I do. And that, to me, is the most interesting part of this debate. The woke left have basically lost their minds to the extent that they want us all to sign up to disbelieving in science and biology. Here you've got a comedy writer who's been calling this out for years, now being arrested for clearly comedic. I mean, this first one, make a scene, call the cops. If all else fails, punch him in the balls. It's an obvious joke. You might think it's crass. You might not want to laugh. But actually, the point he's making is that biological men should not be in women's spaces. What is your view of what's happened to this guy? I mean, J.K. Rowling, who's no friend of Graham Linehan, in fact, has had a pop at him a few times before, said, what the fuck has the UK become? This is totalitarianism, utterly deplorable. Elon Musk calls us he replied to her, it's a police state. What do you think of this?
Yeah. So as you know, look, I maybe some folks on here disagree with trans activists 95% or 200%. I disagree with them about 5% about professional sports. And nevertheless,
about professional sports, Cenk. Come on, bro. Don't fall into that losing position of thinking that it's okay for women to be in I mean, it's okay for men to be in women's sports just because they put a wig on. Please don't make that position.
Been attacked just as viciously as anyone on this panel. So I get it, guys. I get that trans activists sometimes drive people away. First of all, they don't represent all trans people. Second of all,
They don't.
The bigger problem to me is the hatred that trans people are getting that is irrational. So this guy, when he does the tweets about the smelling and the homophobia and misogyny and all that stuff, I don't care. Those are just his opinions, and no one should ever be punished for their opinions, even if they're terribly obnoxious, right? When he gets into, hey, if you see a trans person in the wrong place, start screaming about them and maybe physically assault them, that depends on the laws in the UK. But if you're threatening violence like that in general, yeah, it might be something the cops should talk to you about. And having nothing to do with your opinions about trans people or anything else, it's just that you're threatening violence. And then this other guy, the dude with the beard here.
And shout out to my man Dennis. He says, I've met too many barely adults regretting this. Honestly, I have not. I know trans people, but I have not met anybody who went through like a full trans surgery. So maybe I just know the broke trans. That's what I like to call them, broke trans, because you can't afford the surgery. You know, you can't afford the choppy. So yeah, I've only like seen those before. I've never seen a full blown like. Actually, no, I'm lying. I remember in Atlanta, I seen one. And like my cousin, like she introduced me to the guy, trans woman, and be quite honest with you, I couldn't even tell. I could not tell. I was like, she told me she's trans, and I'm just like, but the Adam's apple. Oh yeah, they got a surgery for that. But your hips, like how? Yeah, they got a surgery. I have my hips broken in these sections. I was like, bro, what the fuck? Like, look, dog. The surgery that they can go through to make themselves look as female as possible is crazy. That's why I say they're broke trans out here. If that girl ain't chop her dick off and remove her Adam's apple and break her ribs, she's a broke trans. Well, if that guy, I'm sorry if that guy ain't do all that. And that's what they're doing out there. I mean, some of them are going to the extreme to try to look like a female. So, hey, some of them putting their back into it, and some of them just think they can put a wig on with some eyeliner and then call it a day. But then some got to go under the needle.
I mean, okay, so this is a common thing that the extreme right does. Okay, in my mind, there is no such thing as feeling like a woman. And I agree. I don't have that in my mind either. That doesn't mean that other people don't. I don't know why that's such a hard thing for folks to understand. So you weren't born that way, but they were. You think they're just all lying? And why would they be lying? And this whole thing of calling people who don't think like you mentally ill.
I mean, come on, Paul. Really, cut me a break. So I'm just supposed to be on the lookout for trans? Like, really think about that. Come on now. Atlanta's full of beautiful women, beautiful black women, by the way. You think I'm looking around at trans? You think I'm looking around for trans people, dog? Come on now.
Is actually super stupid. It's literally unintelligent. Okay, so people think in different ways. They have different proclivities, including sexual proclivities and gender proclivities. If you can't understand that simple concept and you think anyone who doesn't think like me is mentally ill, there's actually something profoundly wrong with you.
All right, Andrew Wilson, there's something profoundly wrong with
hold on now. I don't know, Cenk. That's kind of being disingenuous. You're saying that somebody have an extreme position on this right here. So you're pretty much saying have an extreme position on trans and just being not okay with it at all. You need to get your head checked. Come on now, bro. When it comes to the trans ideology, that's not fair to say. That's just wild.
There's different proclivities, including sexual proclivities and gender proclivities. If you can't understand that simple concept and you think anyone who doesn't think like me is mentally ill, there's actually something profoundly wrong with you.
Okay, well, that one I'll agree with. Okay, yeah, because there are some people who actually are like that. Dems and, well, Republicans alike. That if you don't think like me, there must be something wrong with your head. You must be crazy, racist, like some type of phobia, anti-Semitic, don't matter. If you disagree with somebody, they feel like you're just the worst type of person. And it is pretty crazy to have that view of people.
All right, Andrew Wilson, there's something profoundly wrong with you.
Yeah, sure. Well, nobody.
I mean, shoot, it almost shows that some of y'all don't really go outside into the world. I mean, man. I mean, if you actually interacted with people, you would know that. I mean, nobody's views are exactly the same.
You
never know that.
Yeah, what was articulated to you was something which is
it's
pure
actually
logic,
kind of exactly what you said.
Well, yeah, what was articulated to you was pure logic, and I'll explain the pure logic. You have no comparison to make as a male for what a female does even feel like. That's how we know it's a mental illness, Cenk. It's really simple. It's the law of identity.
I hope that you know what logic is, because that's what that is. It's a law of identity. You can't make a comparison for what it is to feel like a female, Sank. It's not possible because you're not one. That's how that works. Stop trying to gaslight me. Stop trying to pretend that I don't know what a male is, what a female is. Stop trying to pretend that I don't know what mental illness is. The mark of mental illness is irregularities in behavior. That's how you know what it is, Sank. How else would you even know?
Jay?
So, okay, that doesn't make any sense at all, and it defies logic completely. So, first of all, you say, how would I know what's inside their heads? That's my point to you, brother. It just seems like you have trouble understanding simple, rational reasoning.
Is how can you
which is, how would you know what's in a trans person's head? You don't know what's in their head.
I do know what's in their head. They're a person, literally, it's pretty easy. Say if they identify as trans, I kind of know what's going on in their head. They do not feel comfortable in their body. They don't believe they were born into the right body. Am I getting it right? Okay, then. So I do know what's in their head, and I do kind of know what their line of thinking is. Do I know them personally? Like, do I know their daily activities? Of course not. But I do have an idea what's going on in their head, especially if you're a trans woman. You're a guy who feels like they've been born in the wrong body, who feels like they need to express that through, I don't know, surgery or just, well, attire.
And what you're doing is a simple concept called projection. Hey, since I feel this way, you should feel this way. And then you start talking about irregularities. No, there's a difference between, hey, someone is detached from reality and is committing violence. Okay, that's a mental illness, regardless of what their background is, right? But when you say irregularities in general, what is regular? And let me guess, you're going to claim that whatever you think is regular and everything else is mentally ill.
It's defined.
And then you call that logic? No, it's the last thing from logic.
How can you ever identify what mental illness was unless it was irregularity in behavior? It wouldn't even be possible. Not only that, you still didn't address the point.
It's
you
not
never
just
addressed any
irregularity.
actual point. But that would be the process for the identification of mental illness is irregularity in behavior. It's the study of the mind. That's what psychology is. Also, you didn't address the point. How is it that a male could have any comparative cognitive function to know what a female feels like? They can't. It isn't possible. You just said you don't know what's in their heads. Don't need to. I know it's not possible for a male to know what it's like to feel like a female. It's not a possibility.
Okay,
so you think every male,
hang on. Guys,
every male.
I do. I know what's going on inside their head, and it's a sad story. I mean, if they truly feel that way to the point where they feel like they're gonna die, they gotta commit suicide. They're gonna commit suicide if they don't get this body change or get a gender affirming care. Then yeah, I mean that's pretty sad, and we do need to tackle that instead of just like kind of leaning into it. But shout out to my man Dennis. He says, I talk people down from suicide with older views. I'm seriously worried about our younger generation. They expect being a woman when no. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. It is sad that this is being perpetuated to younger generation that, oh, well, if you feel bad about being a guy, you don't feel comfortable here, you can be a woman. It's like, what? No, you're supposed to say, yo, deal with your insecurities, deal with the fact that life's not fair, and don't try to make it fair just by taking opportunity away from women. And that's what I say to the male athletes who's thinking about trying to go trans. What I say to the trans person every day, I would just say, look, if you truly respect what it is, women, then you're not going to try to cosplay as one. If you truly respect women, you're not going to try to cosplay as one. Because how could you dare try to cosplay as a woman when you don't even go through half of what women go through? Like naturally, women got to naturally deal with a period. There's plenty of blessings being a woman, but childbirth and a period's a motherfucker, okay, that we don't want to deal with. So shout out to you women for that. But isn't it effed up that some guy who don't got to deal with the pain that a woman and your average woman has to deal with every freaking month until menopause, and you just get to skip that, and you expect to be treated like one as well, so you don't got to go through a period, you don't got to give no childbirth, and adding to society, you don't have to have none of those magical features that make women women. You don't got to do that. Really? That's what I'm saying. If you really respect women, then you're not going to disrespect what a woman is.
Hang on, check. We're getting. I think we're getting.
It has nothing to do with masculine.
You get that that's an absurd.
But hang on.
Dork, you have no idea what you're talking about.
All right.
So there is no such thing as masculine or feminine.
Given that neither of you think the other has any idea what they're
logic
talking
is.
about,
My
and
logic
given
is
we're
Literally
drifting-
nobody said anything
Guys,
about
we're drifting. We're
masculine
drifting.
women and
Time out. Given that neither of you thinks the other one knows what they're talking about, and
All I want to say is that, look, man, if you can't have a period, then I'm be real with you, dog. You're not a woman. You'll never be a woman. I'm sorry, bro. And not just the period as well. I know there are some rare cases that women can't have a period, but 9 times out of 10, let's be real. Come on now.
given we're drifting away from, I think, the real core issue of this debate, let me just try and wrestle it back here. Let me bring in Mike Bentz. Mike, it seems to me, putting aside what people think of trans people, I happen to think they're entitled to...
No, a trans woman, aka a man, cannot have no kid. Okay.
Exactly the same rights to fairness, equality as me, and safety, but not at the expense of eroding women's rights. But let's put that to one side. It seems to me this
there is no man at all. There is no man that can become pregnant. Okay. Now there's trans men who can become pregnant. Trans men can become pregnant. Why? Because they're women. But no. So we're not even gonna pretend like that's a real thing.
This is a fundamental battle going on in the UK in particular for free speech, where we're seeing a number of people now who are being arrested. They're being imprisoned in some cases for articulating quite incendiary views on social media. But in the case of a woman who was jailed for, I think, nearly 2 years recently, that just been released due to public pressure.
Actually, the trans thing is went too far. You know how I know? Because they have rectum babies. I know you're like, Set, what the F is a rectum baby? Look it up. Actually, you know what? I wonder if I could find it. A rectum baby. So it's a baby that goes up your ass, and you're supposed to, and that's how trans people act like they're having a baby, or that's how they're pushing a baby out. They have themselves a little rectum baby. I know, right? I know y'all probably didn't want to hear that, and my bad, but hey, rectum babies. Like, you see how insane that sounds when you guys got to put plastic babies up your rectum? Like, really?
She was articulating views, which she then, when she calmed down, because it was articulated in the wake of an appalling attack on young girls where 3 were murdered. She then realized the misinformation had affected her judgment. She deleted the post and then apologized. But despite that, got jailed. This was all within a few hours. She got jailed for nearly 2 years. Now, this strikes me as completely wrong. What is your view from a free speech perspective? US national debt is more than $37 trillion. These are uncertain times for the global economy. It's enough to make you think maybe now would be a good time to buy some gold. Whether it's a hedge against inflation, peace of mind during global instability, or just sensible diversification, Birch Gold Group believes that every American should own physical gold. They created something special. Until the 30th of September, if you're a first-time buyer, Birch Gold is offering a rebate of up to $10,000 in free metals on qualifying purchases. To start the process, request a free information kit now. Just text PEERS, P-I-E-R-S, to 989.
Oh, yeah. There's powerful niggardry at work here.
Oh, my bad. Whole time?
The end of September. Text my name.
Whole time I was muted?
989.
That's tough. See, I didn't even hear about the rectum babies. Y'all just seen it. That's tough. That's tough. But hey, it is what it is. All right. So he says, how much to open the lines? Andrew is spewing misinformation. I got you, my man. The call-in line is open right now. I just posted the link in the call-in tab. I'm so bad at sending after. I have 2 comments to add. Thank you again. And shout out to Hellbat. There's a movement called the Detransition Movement for 2 minutes. Man, for 2 minutes, man. But my bad, though. But yes, the rectum babies. I'm pretty sure y'all seen the rectum babies and was confused or like, Seth, why are you showing these plastic babies? Like, what does this have to do with anything? And, well, if you read it, which I'll read it out one more time for you, a prosthetic baby that can be inserted deep into the loving embrace of the rectum where a trans woman can experience and celebrate the miracle of childbirth. And it's crazy how y'all try to minimize childbirth like it's like you're taking a shit. But okay now. All right, then. There we go. But all right, guys, let's get right back to it.
98. Claim your eligibility and get your free information pack. Again, just text peers to 989-898.
Well, I'm proud to be an American where at least I know I'm free.
Yeah, and shout out Chase. Like, we didn't hear anything you said. You were muted. That sucks. That definitely sucks. Yeah, my bad, bro. My bad. But I guess I got distracted by the rectum butt babies. Like, I'm sorry, but who'da knew, man? Who'da knew? They're simulating births through the rectum, and they calling it a loving embrace. Who'da knew? And shout out Hellbat, like, you owe me $10 now. Oh, man, we're going back to the old school deals. Shout out my man Hellbat. But all right, now, man, let's get my man Parabolic Curvature up here, because he said Andrew's spreading misinformation. I want to hear him out. What's going on, Parabolic?
What's up, my guy?
Man, it's all good, man.
You can hear me, right? I'm perfectly clear. I'm using new headset, so I have no idea. All right,
good.
so just a few things. Mental illness is not a behavioral disorder or whatever. It is expressed through behavior. It is expressed through proclivities, and it is expressed through different means. But mental illness is not a behavioral difference. That is not how mental illness works. As someone who has a psychology degree, that is not how that works.
So hold on now. So you're saying it's now explain that again to me, because
mental illness is expressed through a few different means, right?
Okay.
But that does not mean that those means are what the mental illness is.
Okay.
So like, take for instance, you can have autism, but you express it in different ways because different people have different forms of autism, right?
Yeah.
So the idea that a behavioral abnormality is a mental illness is just untrue. That's just straight up factually untrue. So what he said, factually untrue.
All right.
As someone with a psychology degree who, trust me, knows more about that specific subject than him, no, absolutely not. Also, in nature, there are plenty of instances where there have been like male/female, male transitioning to female, males giving birth. Like, to say in nature there's just like male and female. Yeah. That's not the only one, but it is the only modern one that we know of, right? But plenty of times in history has it been shown that males can give birth, male animals can give birth, right? And plenty of times has it been shown in nature that you can transition from male to female and female to male in nature.
No, this is true. It's true. I've definitely heard of that before.
So the idea that people are saying, oh, well, nature says we're only male and female, that's not even true. Like, think about the intersex that obviously expresses itself in humans.
As humans. When it comes to majority
okay, but
of
our
animals,
humans also have intersex, do we not?
But when it comes to
do we have intersex or not?
Intersex, it's rare though. That's like going on the outliers.
It doesn't matter. We still have it. Do we not?
We do, but that's depending on outliers.
Therefore,
Majority of the
it
time,
is not
though,
just male and female in humans. There
Yes, it
are
is.
people who are in between. There are people who are in between. There are people
the 1%. All right,
they're
so you
they're
tell me we have to count that 1% that's born with both a testes and ovaries. So the
I am
male,
saying
female,
that you
intersex.
need to understand
I
that
get what you're saying.
genetic.
I get what you're saying because you
I
have a
am telling
point.
you that genetic variations happen, right? And just because they don't happen to express themselves in the genitalia being both at birth does not mean that you can't be a outwardly presenting male and an inwardly female. That does not mean that. So you can be an inward female, right, and present outward as a male genetically.
So you're saying you could
Yes,
be genetically a
speaking, you
flamboyant
can.
or a
So
genetically.
did you know that there's a potential for you to actually
I think that's
inherit
more in like
100% of your mother's DNA?
Taught. I think that's more behavioral taught. If you're a feminine acting boy, that's more that's more of your environment.
That's not true, my guy.
Come on, that's definitely true.
I would agree with you that I would agree with you that maybe in a predominantly feminine environment that a man may present as more feminine, but that doesn't mean that they are, a transitioner or so that just because a specific set of circumstances gives you a certain set of options, you don't have to go with one option or the other, right? Like that you have some sort of free will, right?
When it comes to gender, or when it just comes to personal choices of who you identify, what you identify yourself as.
Whenever you are given a choice in society, in nature, in wherever, right? You're given a choice. It could be a choice of 2 things, 3 things, 5 things, however many things, and you choose one of those things. You have the free will to choose one of those things, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so in that same regard, right? There is an idea that they're in a more female type of environment, so they're obviously gonna be present as female. You just showed me that you can choose something different, right? So you can just choose whatever the hell you want. So saying that, because they're in this environment, it's going to obviously raise a more feminine person. My guy, I have 4 sisters, right? I am the second born. My father was almost never in my life, yet I'm as straight as they can get.
Well, but then you were also big bro, though. Like, you weren't little bro, you were big bro.
I was second, man. My older sister was older than me.
I get what you're saying, but there's only like one person above you. Other than that, you were pretty like.
But what about my sister's friend that lived with us for 4 years? What about my older cousin that lived with us for 6 years? Right, and both of those are female. Right.
I'm not going to say every time you're raised around women, you're going to come out feminine. But most of the guys, actually, every time a guy is effeminate, it's because they grew up around women. Not every guy's affected in that way. But
the same thing can be said about the masculine raising, right? You can have a masculine raising and then decide that you're going to go full feminine. You can.
I mean, no, you can have a masculine raising and be gay. But don't mean you're going to go full
and you can have a masculine raising and be trans too.
Nah.
See, that's where I think we fundamentally disagree because it's not about the choices that you make. For me, right, there is a genetic component to it, right? Because and we have actually found this, and I don't know if it's necessarily about gender, but definitely about sex. Did you know? And we're going to get a little R-rated here. It's good things like 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, wherever you may be. Did you know that the kinks of your parents and the parents before them are most likely your kinks as well?
God damn it, I can see that actually.
It is true. And so kinks are passed down. So if kinks are passed down, why not sexual proclivities? Why not genetic proclivities?
Because I would say this, your kinks I would say your preferences can be passed down. Like, let's say that your dad was a lover of, I would say, a big chest. You turn out to be a lover of big chest. Now,
Even if
let's
you've
say
never
your
met your
dad was
dad,
a
by the way.
lover of,
Just so
I
we're
don't
clear, this is
know,
in
he was a bit
double-blind
of a
studies.
sadist. That might be something that he might have figured out through his life experience instead of having a preference. So I think that a preference can be passed down, but not a kink.
Well, no. I'll have to look up the actual study, but it was done in 2024. But it is specifically kinks are passed down.
Really?
Yes,
Wow.
it was like a psychological study that referenced over 20 different countries with a wide variety of age ranges, of course, all being legal, and try to determine based off of like their family's history. Like they went through different families, like, hey, what's your kinks? What's your kinks? Blah blah blah, and then they came out with basically without even knowing what each other's kinks are. Like I didn't know my father, like to tie women up or whatever the fuck. I don't know what my dad actually likes, but and just say, take for instance, I also like that. There is a genetic component to that. So to say that there's not a genetic component to also gender, I think is being naive. I wouldn't say disingenuous. I think it's naive. I think you're like not looking at the holistic picture of our genetic chromosome. Understanding that we are an evolved species that has genetically mutated over years and years and years, thousands of years. And once you realize that, you'll understand that not only sex, but gender and all these different things have a genetic component to it, and B, aren't as clear cut as male and female, as a lot of people like to believe.
All right. Yo, Chase, what's going on?
What's good?
What's good? What do you think? What you think about that one?
Obviously, your psychology degree didn't teach you anything in biology. That's what I think. Because, yes, there are.
Did I not just spend like 2 minutes on biology?
Yeah, and you were wrong about everything you said, bro. I mean, yes, there are instances of male and female, and not in between, both. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There are instances of that in nature.
Clownfish.
Not, huh?
Clownfish.
Okay.
They transition from male to female.
We're not.
If the female
We're
dies.
not fish. We're not.
I just gave you an
bro.
example.
We're not fish. We're humans.
But we are animals.
A human does not have.
Fish isn't
A human does not have the genetic ability. A human does not have the genetic ability to change their sex.
Fish is not a scientific distinction, by the way.
What?
Like saying fish, that's not a scientific distinction. There is no scientific word for fish. Fish is a term that we have given to things that live in the sea that aren't mammals. Fish is not an actual scientific term, by the way.
So what's the scientific term then, smart guy?
There isn't one because fish are so variety. Wow. There's some fish that are closer to us than they are to other fish.
What? What are you talking? Okay.
And I'm the one who fucking failed biology. Are you kidding me? I took advanced biology courses, man. Trust me on this one.
You must have been asleep.
All right, guys.
Yeah, and I passed with an A+, being asleep in the class every day.
Calm down. It's okay, bro. Calm down. You can be wrong. It's okay.
You're coming on here being so wrong and being so confident about being so wrong. It annoys me when people are confident about being wrong.
You're literally doing that. You're literally doing that, bro. But okay.
All right, guys. We'll just go ahead and move along with the conversation on this one. Let's go ahead and get back to the video.
Explain to me one thing I got wrong. That's all I'm saying.
You wouldn't let me speak. You just kept yelling. Telling me fish isn't scientific.
All right, then. How about this? I'll let you guys have a nice little 10 minutes, but let's make sure we're hearing all points out first. Now,
you can have the whole 10 minutes, by the way.
All right, Chase. He's pretty much saying he'll give you the floor. Explain to him why he is wrong. In parabolic, you're just gonna have to let him cook. Let him cook. All right, go ahead, Chase.
I got you.
Okay. So even if fish or whatever you want to call them, not people, even if not people can change on demand, that doesn't mean people can. And just because there are people that are born with both male and female reproductive organs, that doesn't mean that they're somewhere in the middle. That means they're both. There is no spectrum of sex. It's male and female. You're either one, the other, or both. There is no gradient to it.
All right. Now, you got a reply for that one? You just want to leave it at that?
Yeah, I have plenty of replies, but I'm right by some copyrighted music, so I'm trying to talk, and then I'm gonna mute right quick, and I'll be right back.
All right. But in the meantime,
I think everybody on this side of the pond is looking in absolute horror at the state of speech in the UK. It's absolutely abhorrent. Every day there's a new monstrosity. The statistics are over 30 arrests per day in the UK. That's about 12,000 a year, I think, was the estimate by the Times from a report in April. 12,000 people a year arrested by their government for the speech they have online. Pierce, I was mortified when you said not only was that comedian arrested, but the bail.
Okay, I believe I'm close or far enough away.
All right, go ahead.
All right, so okay. The thing about intersex not being in between, but rather being both, that is I'm sorry, that's the dumbest statement I've ever heard. Right? So like if you have both, you're both, therefore you are in the middle. To say that you're not on either side, you're on the entire spectrum. That's dumb as fuck. I'm gonna be real with you. Second off, fish are not the only thing, but again, fish are.
I didn't say they were the only thing.
So
I didn't say they were the only
what I'm
thing.
telling you is they are the best example that we can have because fish are so varied, right? Mammals only really started taking over the land somewhere right around the end of the dinosaur period, as you will call it, right?
65 million years ago. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the Jurassic or Jurassic era ended,
So
became
basically,
the Ice
mammals
Age.
have had
And you
65
had
million years to
some
develop
mammals.
that ability and haven't. Cool.
And when you say fish are closer to humans,
Hold on.
What's up, Monty?
That's Maine.
Oh, what's up, Maine?
That's Arbor.
Yeah, so if you're
Maine
talking
Arbor.
about fish being closer to humans, you mean other mammals like dolphins and whales?
No. There are fish that are on the what humans consider
Fish
fish
isn't scientific,
scale.
bro.
It isn't. There are fish, not mammals, right? I already specified fish or anything in the ocean that's not mammals, right?
Aquatic
There are
vertebrae,
fish, right? There are fish in the ocean that are closer to mammals, like to humans and other mammals, than they are to other fish. That is just scientifically accurate.
But doesn't make them mammals.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're
It
also.
doesn't. But what I'm telling you is that looking at these different species,
We are trees. Big deal.
Okay, so if an alien shows up to planet Earth and they're closer to humans and they're neither, then what's your argument?
then
We
they
are
have
human, bro.
neither. Then they're not on the sexual spectrum. That would be called asexual. We already have a scientific term for that.
So you're already choosing what the gender.
No, I'm telling you what the scientific term already is.
So they're asexual. You're saying they're not going to be.
No. This gentleman just said if the aliens show up and they don't have either, then what are they? And I say they're asexual because we already know how to classify that.
But you just said they're not on the spectrum. So either they're asexual or they're not on the
Asexual
spectrum.
isn't on the spectrum.
Obviously it is.
No,
in your
it's
mind,
not.
obviously it is.
Sexually, no, hold on.
The
Sexual
point is there is
reproduction
no spectrum.
and asexual reproduction are two different types of reproduction. Sexual reproduction is the spectrum we're talking about, the male versus female. Asex would not have a sex. It just recreates another version of itself.
Has both spectrums, otherwise they can't reproduce. They
So
still have.
basically the way our cells reproduce.
Asexual reproduction is not sexual reproduction. That's why it says asexual. It means non-sexual reproduction.
Yeah, I'm not sure you
non-sexual.
understand how it works, bro.
I mean, I'm explaining to you in as good a terms as I possibly can what asexual
and
means.
everything you're saying
what
makes
sex
no
is.
sense.
You're
To
assuming
you, but to someone who has
everyone.
gone through these biology classes, that has gone through these psychology classes, that has gone through all of these actual
Right, because college is the
it's not the be all
measure
end
of a
all. No, you can no.
intelligence,
Do
right?
not understand. No, do not misunderstand me. If you come up to me and you have just as much or more knowledge than me, having not gone to class, I will still listen to you.
Okay,
But
well,
you are spewing nonsense, acting like you are right.
Just because
there is
you
a
think it's
difference there.
nonsense doesn't make it nonsense. It's factually and scientifically
No,
true.
I am not. No. I don't think it's nonsense. The scientific community thinks it's nonsense.
No, that's where you're wrong. The scientific community agrees with what we're saying, not you.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No,
Who
they
are you
fucking
listening
don't.
to? What scientists are you listening to? What
Listen,
Hillary
understand.
Clinton,
Listen,
Obama,
understand.
Biden scientists are you fucking listening to?
I'm
bro?
not listening to a specific scientist. I listen to the consensus, which is what I've said from day one. Right? The consensus is that there are male.
You're either male or
Fucking
female.
listen.
We are
I gave
human.
you your full time, did I not?
Well,
Yep,
I
all right,
spoke
guys.
for 2 seconds, bro. What are you talking about?
Consensus is not fact.
Right,
I
there was a
agree with that.
consensus
But
that the world
consensus is
was
the
flat
best
for how many years?
understanding that we have. Consensus is the best understanding that we have at the moment.
And the
just like a
consensus
scientific theory is something that
that
has been
sex
tested and
is
tested
not
and
a
tested
spectrum.
and cannot be proven to be false. Right? It's not a theory you just made up in your basement. A scientific theory is something that has been tested and tested and tested and cannot be proven to be false. That lumps together a whole bunch of hypotheses that answer a question in the universe. It's different.
And all right, guys. Now we done gave this topic long enough, but I do got to get to some super chats. Shout out Mr. Doc Hill. He says, "Give me the link. Let me in, coach. This way left." I got you, my man. I got you. Go ahead and check the Discord. I post the call-in link in the Discord. And shout out to Hellbat. Fun fact: seahorse female impregnates the male. Well, yeah. But all right, guys. Let's get back to the video, and I'm going to go ahead and pull you guys in for y'all opinions.
Condition. I had to look this up in the background to confirm I didn't mishear this.
Yeah.
The one bail condition was that he was not allowed to post on X.
Yeah.
So either he has access to his X account or he spends the entire term in prison awaiting trial. This is the sort of thing that, I would imagine would happen in Abu Ghraib or some sort of third world prison hellhole where you're trying to stop ISIS propaganda from terrorists or something, and even then there are civil liberty concerns.
Right.
And so one of my questions actually is to Ben from the Advanced Party here. What would happen if you campaigned on, since it doesn't look like there's any momentum within the UK to actually shut down these laws? What would happen, do you think, if the Advanced Party used these laws against its political enemies the same way the system is using them against Advance? What if, for example, speech about heterosexuals or speech about straight white males or speech about the majority of the population, for whatever term that is, or speech about conservatives or speech about people who are patriotic or whatnot? What if it was hate speech for invective to be hurled at them online? I think if folks had to taste the medicine of this from across the different groups in the UK so that everyone had a kind of mutually assured destruction about this, I think everybody knows that if these laws were actually applied with any sort of fairness at all, then basically everybody in the UK would be arrested.
Okay, but let me throw it back at you quickly on that point, because very critical of the UK, as indeed most people in the UK are, frankly. But you've also got at the same time President Trump wanting to jail people who burn the American flag. What do you feel about that? Presumably,
I mean, at least I could say whatever the hell I want. It's like, shoot. Like, look, if this whole burn the American flag actually passes, which I doubt it will, but if it actually was signed into law, I mean, it doesn't really, in my personal opinion, it doesn't affect any forms of free speech that I have. I can still say whatever I want. I can still criticize whoever I want. I can still dress, do whatever I want. It's just that when it comes to a flag burning, I mean, maybe I can just burn the American flag on a piece of paper and I should be satisfied with that. I don't know. What do you guys think? Anybody want to tackle that one?
Yeah. And then what we're gonna do is be like, oh well, like I can have all the freedoms I want in my house, and then I can have all the freedoms I want in my head, and then I can have all the freedoms I want in my dreams. Where does it stop?
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I mean, hold on. Where you going with that one,
In your
Parabolic?
head, in your dreams. Yeah, I think you can think up or dream anything.
I'm saying,
and it's
if you sit there and strip away free speech in any way, right? If you sit there and start stripping away
Well,
free
they say you
speech,
can't burn a
which I do
flag
not
in
agree with. I
public.
think everybody on that panel, I think everybody on that panel agrees, right? That dude should not be jailed, right? I hope that everyone on that panel agrees that even though we all would probably beat someone's butt if they saw someone burning the flag, that it still is protected speech.
No, here's the thing,
and
though.
to give
Now, this
away
is where
a
it's no longer
fundamental
protected speech. Hold
protected
on now,
speech.
Parabolic. This is where they got you because you think about it, even you said it would incite you to do violence. That's where it kind of goes.
No, not necessarily. I might, but the act itself does not incite violence.
Yes, it does.
No.
I mean, a lot
Yes,
of
it
people
does.
No, it does not.
The average American
may invoke,
person
hold
would get
on. It
violent.
may invoke feelings. It may invoke feelings, which is perfectly fine, but it actually does not invoke violence.
Then in that case, then name me one thing that does invoke violence. One part of free speech that does invoke violence. Go ahead.
Kill and then a specific group of people.
How is burning the flag any different than saying kill America?
It's not saying kill America. It's saying you don't agree with their fucking policies.
It literally is them saying we hate America and we want it to burn. That is what they're saying.
No, that doesn't necessarily.
Yes,
No. So you're implying something. No, you're implying something.
No,
you
I'm
don't know
taking
what
the
they're
words
burning
that
the
these
flag
people
for.
said as they burnt the flag. They literally said this as they burnt it.
Oh, you mean that? You mean like that guy who did it in Washington D.C. who specifically said that he was burning the flag in protest?
Not one person, dude. Several people. Several people yelled "Death to America" as they burnt the flag on video.
In protest. Oh, by the way. Oh, great. I agree that those people are horrible. I'm not saying what they're saying is right. What I'm telling you is that if they're just saying we hate America, right? If they're saying we hate America, that's fine. That's protected, right? If they're saying death to America,
I agree with you.
that is where we get into a different issue. Right? So you see what I'm saying? That is invoking violence. Is death to America, kill America. That is a invoking violence statement. However, burning the flag could mean anything.
True, but here's the thing.
It could mean you don't agree with the policies.
It could mean.
Hold on, guys. Now this is my argument here, though. No, guys, look. Here's my argument, though, because everybody admits that if you burn the flag in front of somebody who's really patriotic, they're gonna put hands on you. Therefore, burning the flag in public is basically inciting violence. Like you are inciting violence. So if I go out there and burn a flag in public, somebody's gonna put hands on me, and that would be me inciting violence.
No, you're
you
invoking
can't just
the
burn things in the
emotion.
middle of the street. Now, if I burn in my backyard,
okay, so saying death to a certain group is invoking an emotion.
No. Again, you're trying
parabolic. You're being a bit disingenuous. You're provoking an emotion that's gonna incite, that's gonna cause action. People act off emotion.
No, not necessarily.
Just
because everyone cannot do a thing. A word cannot do a thing without another person acting.
Emotion. You can't even walk down the street without using emotion. It's just part of how our brain works.
Yes, I 100% agree with that. But the act of invoking emotion is not the act of invoking violence. There is a very clear and distinct difference that you have to understand.
To invoke violence.
Yes, I agree with that as well. But there is a distinction. There is a boundary that you do or do not cross to invoke violence. And I think that is something that all of you are getting misunderstood or misinterpreted. Again, death to something, kill something, that is invoking violence. That is saying violence to something, right? That is what invoking violence means. Saying, I don't like America or just burning a flag is not an invocation of violence because it doesn't say
so then why is it illegal
thing.
to burn the pride flag then?
It's not illegal to burn a pride flag.
Well, then why did people get fines and tickets for hate crimes?
They didn't get fines or tickets for hate crimes, my guy.
Yes, they did.
They got fines and tickets for burning flags in public.
Now
they got a ticket for burning a flag in public, which is what that guy who burnt the American flag got as well.
So it is illegal.
hold on. Now in the pride flag situation, the
No,
guy
he
actually
was
stole
burning
the
it
pride
in a
flag
park.
from the
You can
church.
only get ticketed for doing illegal things, bro. What are you talking about?
All right,
They're not going to
go ahead,
ticket
Seth.
me for following the law.
Shut up and let Set talk for a minute.
All right, guys. All right. Now we're gonna go ahead and keep it pushing on the topic right here. But I'm definitely hearing both of their perspectives. But like I said, in my personal opinion, if people are willing to get violent over this action, then, and this will be real, this is an action. This ain't you saying nothing. This is you doing something. If people want to get violent about that, I don't think that's part of, like, I don't think that's honestly protected during free speech. Like, if you're actually going to out there and antagonize people by burning a flag in front of them, knowing that's going to piss them off and they're going to want to attack you, then yeah, that's not protected by free speech.
If even some people are willing to become violent over something, then that's invoking violence, regardless of if it's 10 people or every person.
Can you blame them when they saw their family members die to protect?
Exactly. Half of my family's in the military. Go ahead, burn a flag.
Well, using your logic, then Trump not saying to stand down before the riots happened on January 6th was invoking violence, then, right? Using your own logic.
He did tell them to stand down. What are you talking about?
He said peaceful.
After the riot had already started.
No, before the day even started, he went online and asked for peace.
Now, before we get into the January 6th conspiracy, guys. All right. Now, I get where Parabolic is trying to take the argument, but let's try to keep it on track here. Actually,
I understand his points, and I understand his train of thought. He's just not saying anything that's real. It's all bullshit that he believes to be true.
Now, honestly, what I'm hearing, Parabolic, I hear what he's trying to
only
say.
given you scientific facts and my understanding of said scientific facts and political law.
Your understanding of them. That's right.
All right, guys, let's get it out. Shout out to our man Seth. Well, Seth, burning your flag is treason. If you don't like it, move on. Put hands on my homie. You get the same. Respect your country. Respect neighbors. You are allowed to protest. For sure. Yeah, you're allowed to protest for sure. But I always say this. Let's say there's two groups protesting and one group starts, burning a flag. And let's say this is a bunch of liberal or leftists in one group and a whole bunch of patriots on the other. If you burn that flag, we're about to literally have a civil war in the middle of the street. Like, don't you think like that's what we're talking about? Maybe that's why burning a flag just kind of should be taken out the equation so people don't put themselves in this situation. Because I could see this happening one day. I honestly can.
That's actually the new argument, because in 1989, when they tried to pass this identical law, the Congress actually voted to have it passed, but the judicial branch, the Supreme Court said, no, we can't because the argument isn't convincing enough. But now the new element added to it is the fact that when you burn a flag, people lose their mind, they go crazy, and shit goes down.
Also, I don't see how starting a fire in the middle of a public street is peaceful. How is arson peaceful? How is that peaceful protest?
Oh man,
are you damaging your own property? Because if you're damaging your own property, it still is peaceful.
You're setting a fire in the middle of uncontrolled fire in the middle of a public street. That's arson. That's not burning your own property. If you set it in the middle of a fire pit in your backyard and burnt it, that's burning your own property. But in the middle of a public street with people walking around and wind blowing, and you just lit a flag on fire on the ground, that's uncontrolled fire.
Are you burning the street or the flag? I'm confused.
Probably both.
What? Fires don't blow around in the wind? They don't jump highways, 30 feet across highways?
I don't disagree with you. And if there's any fires started, they should be charged with arson. I 100% agree with that. But the act of burning the flag,
anything in the street is illegal then.
All right, guys. So all right, let's go ahead and keep it pushing. I'll bring y'all back in.
You would be as incensed about that infringement of people's rights.
Yeah, I think that I certainly have an issue with that. I feel that is an infringement on free speech rights. I think that there are some complications about, I guess, the scale of the damage when I think about, I
If
don't
you
think
own the
that there's-
flag, if you own the American flag and you want to burn it, why should the state get in your way? Why should you face a year in prison?
I don't think they should. And let me be clear about that. I don't agree
here
with
is
Trump's
extreme.
policy on that. I'm simply looking at the scale of damage here in terms of there's with the UK, what I'm trying to say here is you have this massive problem in the UK.
Hey, and shout out to my man Monty. How you doing?
What's up, Set?
Man, it's all good. Anyway, what should you was listening in or you just got here?
Oh no, I just got here. I was playing D&D.
You missed it.
What happened?
Man.
Catch me up.
Oh, well, Parabolic and Chase was getting into it about, gender, and then again on burning the flag.
Okay.
So, and pretty much, I guess the whole
That's the one
argument here is that, well, if you burn the flag in public, you could be inciting violence. This is why probably burning the flag and making it, illegal is probably a good thing.
I mean, I disagree. I mean,
This is the one thing me and Monty disagree on.
Yeah. Just because your emotions are irresponsible. You have the right to free speech. You don't have the right to not be offended.
Right, but I mean, there's things that you can't say because it incites violence. And as I was saying to Parabolic, you can't. Huh?
I don't. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
I was
arson,
going to get to that too, but
yeah.
And we're talking about fire too, both cases.
Yeah. If arson is by definition becomes a felony whenever you or becomes a crime whenever you set fire to an occupied burning dwelling or property. It's not arson to light a flag on fire, especially a flag that you own. That would just be illegal burning.
you can't just light fires in the middle of public street,
Especially not in the middle
fires.
of a city street. Yeah. So specific things like that should be illegal, and I believe they already are illegal. They just need to be enforced.
That's where most of these people are burning flags at, though. Is
in the middle of the city. Yeah.
So I mean, and like we were saying to Parabolic, like he was saying you can't. That's invoking feelings. Well, you have to invoke feelings to invoke violence, and if even one person is willing to become violent, that's invoking violence.
Well, that's like saying, I don't like your
okay,
tie.
if the majority is willing to become violent, then
I'd like to.
And I would go out on a limb and say the majority of Americans would be willing to become violent over that.
Yeah, I mean this issue has been brought up by the Supreme Court and has been ruled as a constitutionally protected activity with all of the same arguments that we're kind of making back and forth. Like I said, I'm very much the technicalities that they can get you on. I hope they get you on all day long, like the illegal burning, the if you burn somebody else's flag, theft and destruction.
Okay, so you're really just against it because you don't want them to take any kind of speech.
Yes.
Because then they'll start taking more than they should.
It's a slippery slope, yeah, and that's the only, and that's why I said
then I can agree with you there. Yeah, I can agree with you there.
You have to defend the speech you disagree with the most, and if I'm not being a hypocrite, I have to defend it.
I'm compelled to channel my inner Jordan Peterson. You know how he talks a lot about symbolism?
Yeah.
The fire-breathing dragon. Why is it a fire-breathing dragon? Where did it come from? It came from predators. Why fire-breathing? Well, fire, it can kill you. It's not a predator, but it chases you. So, I mean, I think we still have to think about evolution and where the symbolism of fire and what it means.
Yeah. Well, exactly. So what you're making the argument for is that it's symbolic speech, and symbolic speech is protected.
But it also invokes.
I think it's symbolic for death to America, though, because that's what most of them scream as they burn it.
Trust me, I don't think the government should regulate it, but let me catch you burning a flag.
I'm actually.
I mean,
saying
that slippery slope is.
Yeah, I'm saying it invokes a response.
Right. Every speech is designed to invoke a response.
I don't mean fire specifically. Ignore the
now,
speech.
if you're physically hurting somebody or somebody's property, or even damaging the sidewalk with the burnt goo that gets stuck on the sidewalk,
now,
you should be responsible for all of that.
Now
But
hold on. You say that you hope they get them on all the technicalities and everything, but
Yep.
it's fuck! I just lost my train of thought.
It's hard to do it when it's protected like that. Yeah, and but you know how like you don't. It's not illegal to smoke weed.
Oh, I remember.
It's illegal to possess weed. It's like
Right.
that type of thing.
Okay. Huh. All
I'm
right,
here.
guys. Let's get back to it. Wait, hold on. Doc Hill, you here?
And I finally got here. I had to literally delete the app because it just kept making me go round and round and round and round. So.
Oh, geez, you got set in the death spiral.
Glad to hear.
Yeah, but
go ahead.
It was so much. I was wondering, why Parabolic was on there because he hit a lot of good points, but a lot of stuff really didn't make any sense. And somebody corrected him correctly. There's a difference between psychology and biology, and why do we keep referring to the same thing if it's
I
not the
didn't
same
disagree
thing?
about psychology and biology, by the way.
No, I didn't say you disagreed. I said that there is obviously a difference.
Yeah, and I think humans have a mixture of both, which is why I discussed both.
Well, we do have
And no
both.
other animal does.
But that's not true anyway.
I think it starts out in a sense of are we
Crows are super smart, by the way.
True.
Intelligence doesn't equal what we have.
They have social skills, right? They are social animals. They don't have
society.
a psychology.
They don't
to how
have
they
ideas.
How do you know that? Have you ever talked to a fucking crow?
I don't know. Have you?
Yes. They're
You
very
talked to a
smart.
crow?
Yes, they're very
Don't say that, Parabolic. You had a great argument going.
Yes.
No. So whenever I say talk to the crow, I don't mean the crow talk back. I mean I instructed the crow on how to do something.
Yeah, I talk
It
to my
learned
dog
from
all
that.
the time. My dog's smart as shit. That doesn't mean he has.
Yes, but I'm telling you what I'm saying is all right. So crows have a higher function in their brain, which is the only thing that humans thought that they had different than everybody else besides opposable thumbs. That's not true. Crows have higher learning.
We're talking about
they have higher learning, so
Yeah,
therefore
they'll hold
they
a
do
grudge.
have a
They have
psychology.
sentience. Yeah.
Yes,
Oh, and check this out.
and I know that.
Hold on. And you say, oh, animals don't have a psychology. Okay, well then question. Whenever a polar bear, right, is hunting down its
What I'm
prey,
saying is that the
right?
animals don't
Does
have
it
the
just
social
lunge at its
structure
prey
that we
all
do.
like wild without any thought, any motive whatsoever, or does it
They don't
stalk
have the
its prey,
capacity for
hunt
the
it down,
social structure that we have.
utilize its own psychology to be able to gain that hunt? Psychology is not a thing that is unique to humans, is what I'm saying.
No
Biology is not
one
a thing that's
disagrees.
unique to humans.
That's not what I was saying. That's not what I said, or that's not what I meant. What I'm saying is they don't have the capacity for the social constructs that we have, and the ideas that we have, and
I'm
an
telling you
advanced
things like
civilization and so on and so forth.
like they don't understand what the hell gender is.
Any pack animals, chimpanzees, right? Freaking gorillas.
You just naming animals.
They all
What's your
have
point?
social structures. Because
Right,
I'm telling you that.
Hold on.
Psychology.
Hold on, guys. Hold on here, because everybody. One mic. Everybody, one mic.
I got you.
I was trying to.
I'd like to hear what Parabolic's saying because he's making a point that I'd like to address when he's done.
Go ahead.
No. Continue your point.
Every animal. Well, I'm just saying every animal has a psychology to it, right?
Right. Yes.
Just like every human has a psychology to it. And they're all different. No case is the same, right? Therefore, to act like you know what's in someone's mind, right, would be to assume things that you cannot possibly assume.
Well, that's like saying that I assume.
That's not true.
No,
I was trying to
absolutely not true.
My point in earlier, and then it just went crazy.
Bro came in here to say something and nobody let him talk at all.
Bro, it's like I threw gas on a spark and y'all just blew back up.
All right, everybody, hold on now. Let's let my man Doc Hill speak, though.
One of the main points, I think it comes down to what is your base belief system. If you believe in evolution, then yeah, anything is possible. If you believe in creation, you believe that there's an order to things, and those orders stick. And I think I'm just going to go out on a limb here, Parabolic. You sound closer to evolution than to creation. Not to say that you don't believe in God, because you have some believers that say, well, evolution is part of creation. Things evolve after God.
That's where I'm at.
Yes.
To say that I believe in evolution would be a misnomer. Just so you're aware, I believe in science and scientific study.
All right, guys.
So
Hold on.
whatever
I do
that
have to
leads
get
me
this
to.
super chat here. Hold on here. Shout out to my man. Shout out baller alert to my man Seth. He says, "All right, I'll add to it and sleep. My great grandpa was Nazi regime. My grandma is Jewish. They faked our name to the U.S. Try burning anything. The U.S. flag is federal property. It's federally illegal to burn a flag. Recycle it." I mean, okay, well,
That's not true. You by retiring a flag, you burn it.
Yeah,
that's
what
I think that's what
that's
I meant.
what they used to do. It.
The USO still does it.
I think he's saying try and burn a flag anywhere else in the world, and you're gonna get fucked up.
Oh,
yeah, that's true.
That's true.
But
Anywhere
that's
else.
the thing. We are the best country in the world for reasons like this. You can
Right.
do this in this country, and you can't do it anywhere else. That's where the freedom aspect of it comes in.
I did remember my point about that earlier, though, Monty. I'll send you a message in the thing.
Okay. Yeah.
And all right, now let's go ahead and get back to the video.
12,000.
Just right quick, I'll be back in
I
about
get that,
15 minutes.
but
It's still here.
I just don't think it's just a UK issue.
Well,
Andrew,
what about the Palestinian protests on campuses? What about the number of college students that were arrested on campuses for protesting Palestine? Should they have been arrested or deported?
Well, hang on. Let's just be clear about what was going on those campuses in the wake of October the 7th. There were protests, and many of them were protesting perfectly peacefully. There were others who were genuinely seen.
But I'd like to hear from him about the barometer for free speech.
They were genuinely seen harassing Jewish students who were barricaded into classrooms. Others had Hamas sort of signage and so on. So they weren't all just innocent, peaceful protests.
But I'm asking about the barometer for free speech from your guest, because at what point do you limit free speech? That's what I'm asking.
Smashing into lecture rooms is a definite red line, is it not?
Was an act of vandalism, stroke violence, and threatening.
Can I answer that question?
Speech, that is just
yeah. What's up?
So your rights end where mine begin, and that's been held by the Supreme Court, by everybody. But again, you have the right to property. You have the right to feel safe. You have the right to not be harmed. You have the right to not be impeded in your daily activities. Your rights end where mine begin. So if you're burning a flag and you're choking me out with smoke, you're now impeding my right to freely travel. You're so on and so forth. If you're barricading me, that's assault. If you're barricading me in a classroom, you're impeding my right to travel. If you're blocking a highway, you're impeding my right to travel. So
it's also false imprisonment.
I mean, yeah, I mean it's a stretch, but yeah, it is.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you can land it. But
so that's the answer to that question. Where do you draw the line in free speech? When you impede on other people's rights. And we all know what rights are. You do not have, and where I'll hold my own on this. You do not have the right to be offended, or sorry, to not be offended. Excuse me. With free speech, we draw that line at you can offend anybody you want. In fact, that is what free speech is designed for, is for you to say things that are inflammatory, for you to say things, the Supreme Court case where the Westboro Baptist Church was slanting obscenities at a service member's funeral was covered under free speech because they weren't impeding the funeral, they were just saying things. And
go ahead.
So that's kind of where I see the line. If it's hateful and it invokes displeasure, then it's doing what it's designed to do and what they have the right for it to be designed to do.
So if that being the case, why is it that we get so butthurt every time somebody uses a racial slur or calls a woman?
That's us getting butthurt. So there's
no. That's how people get
it's still protected though.
I get to protect it, but the point on that, and I still want to go back to the other one, but the point on that is we say free speech. Yes, we have that right here in this country. However, there comes a point where you say, well, we have the right not to be offended, but that doesn't mean offense won't come. If I talk about your mother, if I talk about your dad, if I talk about your squirrel, whatever it is that's important to you,
Yeah.
you may be offended. Yeah, you have the right to say it, but you also have the right to accept the consequences that may come with it.
Right. So if you say something to me that I don't like, and I get so offended that I punch you in the face, yeah, you suffer the consequences of getting punched in the face, but I also suffer the consequences of assaulting you.
Absolutely.
So, but the government doesn't step in and say, "Hey, you can't say that because that offended him."
Well, they kind of do when it comes to hate speech.
So, hate speech is. I disagree with the concept of hate speech. Honestly, I don't think that
I agree with you 100% because you can't have free speech
without hate speech.
Exactly.
Yeah. I honestly think you should be able to say whatever you want, and we should find the shitbags in our society. They'll expose themselves.
And I agree with all that, but I don't agree that burning a flag is speech.
It's
I agree
expression.
I agree you're expressing something, but you can say that in words. You can speak that.
Right. But the freedom of speech is not just words. The freedom of speech doesn't just cover the pen and quill. It evolves
Yes,
to the.
and I understand that too.
Hey, can we bring the tone down just a hair?
Oh. I thought we were
This
fine.
is loud. All right, guys. All right, so let's move on real quick.
Violence. But just going back to the point that you made, Mike, the question you asked me, which was extremely pertinent. When a government practices extreme ideologies, such as trying to convince its population to turn their heads upside down and accept that men can be women, the only way to perpetrate that extreme ideology and to get it accepted is to shut down free speech. And it goes for many other forms of ideology that are being perpetrated against the people of this country, including mass migration, illegal migration, a refusal to detain and deport people who come to this country illegally. So they're now policing our posts on X about our feelings about migration. We've got a whole police unit dedicated to it. We have journalists, and I'm sure peers will agree with me here. We have journalists being questioned by police for non-crime hate incidents. They're actually termed non-crime hate incidents. They're not criminal activities, but they have the police turning up to their doorstep on a Sunday morning. And this is all anti-democratic. And I think that was the underlying point you were also making, Mike, that when you have minorities being protected with this extreme form of ideology and the shutting down of free speech, effectively the damage that's done is to the majority, to the democratic voices within this country. And that is what is happening.
Okay, Andrew Wilson, on the issue of burning the American flag, where do you sit with that? Because I hear a lot of Americans taking a very high moral ground about censoring free speech and expression in the UK. But it seems to me that is a pretty direct attack on someone's right to do that if they wish to do that. Where do you sit with it?
Yeah, so a couple things. First, I think it's fine to throw people who burn the American flag in jail. I have no problem with it at all. If you're in the United States, you burn our symbols. And by the way, this has only been since 1989 that this has been a law. Only since 1989. Almost every state had laws against this. Why? Because he considered it incitement. Trump's executive order says the exact same thing. He considers it incitement under certain contexts. That's how they're going to avoid the Supreme Court. It's a good law. I support it 100%.
So,
we absolutely should be able to.
I don't know about that one. What do you think, Monty?
So, under that specific context, if you do incite a riot, it is already assumed that you are committing hate speech, which is not protected. So it's like if you want to go on YouTube, right, and burn a flag and post it on YouTube, and whatever, that is completely fine as long as it's your flag and it's your property and all that fun shit is maintained.
That's a good question.
But what's up?
What is the intent on burning the flag?
To get a message across that you feel displeasure with the United States. It doesn't matter what the message is. It doesn't. If there is a message in that, it's speech.
We already have something for that. And that's turning the flag upside down.
Right. So what you're talking about is forced speech. Forced speech is not free speech.
So Monty, I agree with you with that. I would actually almost be more comfortable with them posting a YouTube video, because with them doing it right in front of your face in the middle of the street, it's like they're spitting on you, like personally.
Right. But it's not them spitting on you. So
No, I know, but that's how
yeah.
people feel, is what I'm saying.
Can I make an analogy? I think that all of you will understand.
It's actually worse to me.
Shoot,
It's me as well. Me as well. Like I'm not defending them. I'm just defending their right.
If you walk up to someone who is a trans woman and call them a male, they may punch you in the face, right? You didn't technically incite violence by calling them a male, right? You didn't technically incite violence.
But that's how they
the
take
same
it.
thing as burning. That is the same thing as burning the
No,
American
it's
flag.
not.
It's
To
not.
them it is.
It's not
To
even
them it is.
close.
Someone might actually be incited by that. Yes, I don't disagree with that. But the words themselves or the act itself is not the incitement of violence.
You know, I can understand that.
Just because you can't handle your own emotions does not mean somebody else's rights need to be trampled on.
And I can understand it, because these trans people do carry this stuff like it's their flag. I mean, they got a flag, and their flag carries their ideology. So yeah, I mean, I could see where, you know, burning a flag is going to get a patriot violent, and calling a trans woman a man or misgendering could get you punched in the face.
But he is a man. Factually, scientifically, and physically, he is a man.
So it doesn't matter. They don't fucking. It's inciting to them. So that's why I argue this so hard, is because if I call a trans woman a male by mistake, or out of ignorance, or out of the fact that I just don't like the fucking person, that should not be considered inciting them.
Right. We already came to the agreement that it has to be the majority for it to be incitement.
So it has to be the majority of your audience. So if the majority of my audience is a trans protest, and I say y'all are a bunch of fucking creeps,
of the population.
But it's not. It's not a majority of the population. It's
so
how
then
people feel.
how do they determine what is and isn't incitement then?
Because if you get 20, 30 people that come and want to whoop your ass over it, you've just incited something.
There's something called fighting words, right? That is what is called incitement, right?
And misgendering a trans person is not fighting words.
Registered as inciting words.
And misgendering a trans person is not fighting words.
Not according to you.
In no way.
Not according to any definition.
What about their definition of it? If we're going off of people's feelings and how they feel about it.
That's like me saying that my definition
If we're
is
talking
I'm
about
right.
legality, no, it's not inciting words.
So hold on. So what makes your personal feelings any more important than somebody else's personal feelings?
That's my point.
Exactly. So that means that you should not.
There is a distinction. There is a distinction, is the fact that the flag is a symbol of our freedom, and we've
of people who gave their life.
It does not matter.
And calling a trans woman she is a symbol of her freedom. Do you see where I'm going?
However, you're talking about a single person singularly, or a small group of people.
It's not a symbol of their freedom. It's a symbol of
about a culture.
Just because you don't recognize it as that, what if they don't recognize the flag as a symbol of our freedom?
A nation.
That's not.
Just like we don't recognize
then they're not acknowledging reality. Then they should see a therapist.
Have sex with their sex.
That's the point that I'm trying to make. If you start down the slippery slope, there's nothing from the next administration to stop them from doing the same thing on an arbitrary issue. You open the floodgates when you do this.
Well, I mean, weren't they already making it a law illegal to burn the pride flag?
Exactly. And should that be a thing?
No, it shouldn't.
But
exactly.
But it was before. I mean, so
right, and it shouldn't be. I that's why I speak
I'm gonna check that just right quick, just to make sure that we're not being fed some random BS lie.
So, I mean,
New York.
The idea that because opinions change over and over and over again, people's views on things change, but the First Amendment is supposed to be the constant through all of that. You can say or express yourself in any which way you please, and you should be able to without without the government stepping in and siding with mob rule.
Now, I did say that I agree that I would be more comfortable with them like doing it in their own yard in a fire pit. You know, take a video of it, whatever, post it, because they're not breaking any other laws. I'm not okay with, but more comfortable with.
Right. I'm not okay with it either way. I'm not okay with flag burning. That offends
When
me
I
as
say
well.
when I say flag burning, I'm talking specifically the people in city streets screaming "Death to America" and burning the flag. That should be illegal.
No, burning a pride flag has never been illegal in New York.
I have to slightly concede to the fact that burning a flag on the internet would be less damaging because
how would it be less damaging?
You did hear that though, right? Burning a pride flag has never been illegal. It is only illegal if it is theft and then burning.
Yep,
that's always illegal.
Can I finish? All right. So, because if people then see it on the internet and then go out into the streets and start a riot, I'd say put the people that started a riot in jail.
Why wouldn't you say that for the person that's doing it? What if someone's holding up a sign that says fucking fuck Trump, and that incites a whole bunch of MAGA supporters, which is the majority in the country right now. A majority of people voted for him. So now the majority says that this is hate speech, and now we're going to go whoop his ass because that's how we feel about something.
And the whole point is we're a republic and not a democracy, and that's democracy.
But your context hinges on if the majority of people.
No, Monty, hold on, hold the phone on this. We're about to go into this right quick. Our fucking country is a constitutional republic, which is a subset of a representative democracy. We are a democracy and a republic. We are both. Stop with that dumb shit.
All right.
Okay, but we still have an underlying moral guideline to what we believe as a country.
It doesn't
That's
matter.
what makes us a republic.
Our Constitution makes us a republic.
That's what I just said.
He's saying that's the moral guideline is the Constitution, but it's it's not. It's
the legal guideline, which do have some morality laws in it, but it's the legal guideline.
So my point is just because a majority of people, because that was your barrier to entry. If a majority of people are offended by it, i.e., burning the flag, then it should be illegal. And that's not how it works. You don't work on mob rule. If a majority of Americans say
I'm conceding. That's what I was saying by that's democracy, and we're not a democracy. That's me conceding.
And all right, guys, we went a bit. We're over time right now, so we're gonna go ahead and shut it down here. But great panel.
Thanks for waiting on me to get back. I appreciate you.
Man, no problem, man. And shout out to all the panels, man. Shout out my man Chase, Maine, Monty, Parabolic, and Doc Hill, even though he just got back.
Hop in the Discord if you wanna continue the conversation, because yeah.
All right.
So do I have to send an email for that or what?
Yeah. Oh yeah, bro. Yeah. Send me an email and I got you. I'll just go ahead and send you.
Got you.
All right, perfect. All right, guys. I'm heading out on this one, guys. Make sure you guys double tap that screen, like the video, and subscribe to the channel. This is Set with Set Me, and I'm heading out. All right, guys. Y'all be safe out there. Have a good morning, and God bless. Today, modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't. But let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor.